James, honey, did something happen to you? After we got separated in that long hallway? Are you confusing me with someone else? You were always so forgetful. Remember that time in the hotel?
Maria?
You said you took everything, but you forgot that videotape we made. I wonder if it's still there.
How do you know about that? Aren't you Maria?
It doesn't matter who I am. I'm here for you, James. See? I'm real.
Spoilers, no she's not. And that's Silent Hill 2, everybody. Have a good night. What's up, Max? Hello, Hirimi. Hey, Fat Cat. Drillionaire. Mazed Fox. Lebuste, thank you for that host. Pure Riffraff, I miss Silent Hill as well. Luckily, these classics will never be taken from us. Tautastic. Wolf Hunter. Dat Boy. Getting some human beings. A lot of you human beings have shown up. Bane Reeker. And yes, Bane, I saw your reply. So they should be back with that tomorrow. But thank you for taking care of that. And thank you again just for sending that artwork and stuff over in the first place. You are awesome, dude. Dark Alix. Spoilers ruined. Yeah, my bad. I just wanted to make sure that everybody knows how this is going to end up, just in case we don't get to see the end of this tonight. I'm hoping that we do. But here's the thing. I wound up not streaming yesterday because I was absolutely fucking driven insane trying to set this up. You may notice that this option screen and that intro video are in widescreen format. So this is the PC version. It's been modded. It's set up to run in a widescreen format. The cutscenes that are normally really compressed in the regular default PC version have all been replaced with high-quality original BINC file rips that have also been stretched. They're not complete. They're not stretched, but like, what's the word? Rendered in a better resolution. It's not completely widescreen, but all the cutscenes will basically look better. The game itself is going to be in widescreen and look a little bit better. There were some other mods that I wanted to include that sadly the game was way too unstable with them. The one that I was really sad to cut was the fog mod. There's a mod that replaces the default PC fog, which is pretty thin. It's not HD collection thin, but it's pretty thin. It replaces that with the nice, thick, grainy PS2 fog, and it looks amazing. I had it installed, everything installed yesterday, and got to play around with it a little bit. I'm really sad I had to cut some of those things to get the game stable to be able to stream it, but I would much rather be able to actually do a playthrough. Like, it won't do me any good throwing a bunch of cool mods on it and then the game doesn't work. Speaking of, I need to reset all of these settings just because part of installing this game with all of the crazy shit, and as goofy and unstable it is, I have to do everything in a very specific order. I had to launch the game first and then OBS, and I had to launch the game with default settings so that it doesn't crash on startup as often. So that then I have to go through and actually turn everything on. I'm going to leave the noise effect off just because when I was testing it in stream tests and stuff earlier, the bitrate kind of makes it look like a sack of booties. So I'm not going to leave that on. Shadows, complex fog, advanced filters, lens flare, virtualization. Did I mod it myself? God, I wish I was that technical, but no. These are community PC mods that are out there on the internet. Some of them you can still go out there and track down and download. Some of them I've just been sitting on for years, and they've kind of been passing from hard drive to hard drive. Download a modded version, or did I do it myself? Well, in that case, I started with the base PC game, the Silent Hill 2 PC Director's Cut, and then I added the mods and stuff myself from there, but the mods were pre-existing. A lot of them was just a matter of unpacking files and adjusting INI files, nothing too complicated. I think we're good. Let's turn up the volume a little more. Should be fine. Control options, everything should be good. We're gonna go pretty vanilla on this. Normal blood color. Normally I like to show a lot of endings when I do story playthroughs, but because I have been reinstalling this game over and over and over and over, trying to get it to work better, be more stable, along with all the mods and everything. I lost all my save files. I don't care. I speedrun this game. It'll take me a random stream of doing some runs to unlock everything again. But for the sake of the story playthrough tonight, we're just going to play through. It's a fresh new game with no previous completions, no New Game Plus content. So there won't be any New Game Plus weapons, no New Game Plus endings, no dog, no UFO, no rebirth. We're just going to get one of the 3 new game endings, In Water, Leave, or Maria. And I'm not going to really go for anything specific. I'm just going to be playing the game, being thorough, and seeing what happens. Nice, Copperino. Mazel tov? Hey, Marlu. You're my hero. Naked mods? I wish. Maybe on a different streaming site someday. Still planning on doing UFO playthroughs of the series at some point? Yes, absolutely. I'm going to do a week of story playthroughs this week, and it's just going to be covering the main game's main plot. And then I got to go to San Japan at the beginning of September. Anime convention in San Antonio. I'll be gone for about 5 days, helping to run that. And then I will be back, and I'll probably do another week of Silent Hill story playthroughs, but I'm going to be doing UFO endings only. So it'll be Silent Hill 1, 2, and 3 all have UFO ending. 4 does not, so 4 will be skipped. Origins has UFO. Homecoming has UFO. Shattered Memories has UFO. Downpour does not. So, yeah, it'll be 1, 2, 3, Origins, Homecoming, and Shattered Memories. So it's another week worth of games. Just UFO playthroughs. Oh, and I guess there's a UFO ending for the arcade game, but I can't get it. But maybe I'll just do a playthrough of the arcade one of these days, one of those days, next week, or whatever, when I come back from San Japan. And then we'll just like watch the UFO ending on YouTube. But anyway, this is Silent Hill 2. Also, as we get into the game, once you can hear some more game audio, it's silent right now. Haha, get it? But once we get into the game and we can hear everything, let me know if there's any problems at all with the audio. I've got a totally different mic setup, a totally different audio setup. I got my new mixer in today, a couple new microphones, and everything is wired up differently, so ideally you guys won't hear much of a difference, except maybe a little less background noise. But for the most part, yeah, let me know if there's any problems at all. Hard mode? Hard mode, sure. Let's do hard action, hard riddle. I did hard mode for Silent Hill 1. I'll do hardest difficulty. Actually, no, I take that back. I'll do hard mode on all the games as I go through. Not hardest, because Silent Hill 3. But I'll still do hard mode on Silent Hill 3. Not Extreme 10. Not for a story playthrough.
Mary, could you really be in this town?
Yeah, so there you go. Again, some of you who are familiar with watching me stream the PC version, the default PC version, You're going to recognize that these cutscenes and stuff are a lot crisper. They look a lot better. Like I said, no New Game Plus stuff, so sadly, no UFO ending. Right here is normally where you would pick up the blue gem. So this is James. He has come to Silent Hill looking for Mary. And he's sort of contemplating things very deeply in this filthy rest stop bathroom. He's kind of looking at his own reflection and rinsing his face, waving his hand, moving his hand in front of his face. He seems almost kind of in a trance. Just to show his state of mind, I think, pretty early on. He's focused on Mary and finding her in this town, and he seems to be having a little bit of trouble sort of understanding it all. He's very confused. And I love this little detail here where the very first other face that you see in this game is this poster right here as you exit this rest stop bathroom. It's a advertisement poster for a club called Heaven's Night. And that's a picture of Maria, who we'll meet a little bit later. Oh, and that weird effect I will fix in a moment after this.
In my restless dreams, I see that town, Silent Hill. You promised you'd take me there again someday, but you never did. Well, I'm alone there now, in our special place, waiting for you.
I got a letter. The name on the envelope said, Mary. My wife's name. It's ridiculous. Couldn't possibly be true. That's what I keep telling myself. A dead person can't write a letter. Mary died of that damn disease 3 years ago. So then, why am I looking for her? Our special place. What could she mean? This whole town was our special place. Does she mean the park on the lake? We spent the whole day there. Just the two of us, staring at the water. Could Mary really be there? Is she really alive? Waiting for me?
James parks like an asshole. That's what he was brought here for. If you're an asshole, if you drive like an asshole, if you park like an asshole, Silent Hill's gonna get you. Just a warning. Audio sounds fine, by the way. Awesome. It's supposed to get tropical storm here in Texas. Yeah, it usually just means rain for us. How do you fix that? Oh, right. Let me fix this. So it's kind of a dumb fix. You can see that whenever there's like a fade to black transition, it shows like a weird image of the game. What you want to do is change your resolution to something else. Exit the options. Do something that will cause another transition, such as the map. or picking up the map. I got a map of Silent Hill. You can see it's already not doing it anymore. And then you can switch your resolution back. And there you go. Look at that nice widescreen shot of the street. There's Eddie's van again. Billboard up there for Pete's Bolorama. We'll be visiting that place later as well. A lot of foreshadowing. This is still broken. That white background is supposed to be a black background. I don't have that command here, Blaze. I never did. You're thinking of a different channel. But what's up? But yeah, that's supposed to be a solid black. But it's a glitch on the PC version. PC version's still far from perfect. But if you can look past a couple little flaws, there are some other things that look really nice. And as said, if you're willing to deal with stability and everything, then you can make the game look really nice, do some good stuff with it. But as said, it is a huge pain in the ass getting this to run properly on modern hardware. Anyway, we've got Paleville National Park, 10 miles. Paleville itself is 10 miles. Old Silent Hill is 50 miles. Old Silent Hill is where Silent Hill 1 takes place, by the way, on the other side of the drawbridge. So it's kind of an idea of how far we are from that area, as well as an idea of how big Toluca Lake is. But then Brahms has 265 miles listed. Considering the way Sybil talks about Brahms being right next to Silent Hill, this seems way off. And it's speculated that this could be a sign that reality within the town itself is already distorted. Not to mention, you know, the big rusted gate and dilapidated welcome sign. Maybe those numbers are in kilometers. Even in kilometers, that would still be pretty far away for a town that's supposed to be very close to Silent Hill. We've got a sign pointing towards Toluca Lake this way. Go ahead and start heading down. Like I said, I tried modding the fog to replace it with the PS2 fog, which actually looks a lot nicer than this, but the complex PC fog is still not bad. Just not as good as PlayStation 2's fog. And I make a big deal over that just because the fog effects, I mean, sort of became synonymous with this series. The way things are obscured and hidden in the fog is very important to the atmosphere in the visuals of this game. Yeah, exactly. 265 kilometers would still be 164 miles. Yeah, that's pretty far. Is Brahms really supposed to be close? Doesn't Sybil just say the next town over? That doesn't necessarily mean it's close, unless I'm forgetting another mention of Brahms. My reasoning behind this is that Sybil gets a particular call, which is why she goes to Silent Hill in the first place. And considering she's in her police uniform and everything, I'm assuming this is something not too far out of her jurisdiction, out of the general area where she works. Not to mention she travels there by motorcycle. I mean, you can travel long distance on motorcycle, but I don't know. It's true. It could be a lot farther than it leads on, but you would have thought Sybil would have made a bit more mention of it, whereas something over 100 miles away, you know, like, that's pretty damn far. Like, I wouldn't consider driving to, you know, San Antonio, the next town over. And especially in a state like Maine. Maine is a very small state. Towns and things are very, very close together. It was something I actually had to get used to when I was visiting there, because I'm used to living in Texas, where you can drive for 13 hours from where I live in in several directions and still be in fucking Texas. Whereas in Maine, you could drive, you know, 4 hours north and be in Canada. Maybe it's just a continuity error. It's possible, but considering the excruciating amount of detail the developers of this game put into it, an oversight like that just seems like it would be a little too much. I feel like it's supposed to definitely hint towards something, and these developers, as said, they're not culturally ignorant. They know that we use miles. They spent a lot of time in the United States doing research for this game, scouting out locations. They spent a lot of time at the Los Angeles Konami of America area of California, and this town, the way that this section of Silent Hill 2 is designed, is based on largely on San Bruno, California, actually. So they knew what they were doing when they put all this together. So I feel like that's a little too much just to be an oversight. There's something in the well. What's that? Looking at this makes me feel like someone's groping around inside my skull. Gives me a weird feeling. So, that groping around inside his skull, and the visual of the red paper itself, is supposed to be somewhat symbolic of James's mind. Think of the red piece of paper as kind of a fragment of James's mind, and kind of as you're going along, you're getting these fragments and sort of putting them back together. And indeed, once you get to the end and James kind of understands the reality of everything that's going on, we see a collage of these red papers all formed together. As though his mind has come back together. Oh man, hard mode. Bumping into the stuff. Hey, what's up, Techie? Silent Hill 2 save system made you feel that way too? Memory stuck down a well. That is true. Is it true if you don't look at the save spot, none of the others show up or work? No, that is not true at all. You can save at any point when you come across any of the save points. It doesn't disable any of them. It works just fine. You can skip that one and just hit the next one in the apartments. And here we can see Angela. This is one of the things where I talk about the fog being really important, is... Yo, CKG83. Thank you for the Twitch Prime sub. Really appreciate that support. Thank you so much. But yeah, with the fog, you can already see Angela kind of sitting here pretty clearly in the graveyard. And when you've got this on the PlayStation 2, if you rotate the camera around at about this distance, you'd barely be able to see her there. She'd be much more obscured to the point where you can't even really tell that it's a person if you're not expecting, if you don't already know ahead of time who this is. And it's kind of an unsettling thing with all of the noises you've been hearing as you run down the pathway to get here, and just kind of the ambience of it is already really starting that slow burn, that creepy onset, just brought about by the general atmosphere. And it kind of makes the silhouette of something being there in the graveyard a little creepier.
Excuse me,
Oh, I'm sorry. I
No,
was
it's
just...
okay. I didn't mean to scare you. I'm kind of lost.
Lost?
Yeah. I'm looking for Silent Hill. Is this the right way?
Yeah. It's hard to see with this fog, but there's only the one road. You can't miss it.
Thanks.
But
Yes?
I think you'd better stay away. This town, there's something wrong with it. It's kind of hard to explain, but
Is it dangerous?
maybe. And it's not just the fog either.
Okay,
It's...
I got it. I'll be careful.
I'm not lying.
No, I believe you. It's just... I guess I really don't care if it's dangerous or not. I'm going to town either way.
But why?
I'm looking for... someone.
Who is it?
Someone... very important to me. I'd do anything if I could be with her again.
Me too. I'm looking for my mama. I mean my mother. It's been so long since I've seen her. I thought my father and brother were here, but I can't find them either. I'm sorry. It's not your
No,
problem.
I hope you find them.
Yeah, you too.
What kind of instrument is the MIDI keyboard trying to imitate here? Yeah, I was going to say the same thing the Drillionaire said. To me, it sounds like a Rhodes, which is kind of like a type of electric piano, or I believe these are all done on an older Yamaha synth that Yamaoka used. I can almost remember the model number. I actually looked this up at one point because I was curious. As a musician, I was like, oh man, wouldn't it be great if I could get some of the music gear that Yamaoka used when composing these games? And it's one of those things that I looked up, and of course it's like a fucking $4,000 vintage synth, but it's cool. Is it true the voice actors of Angela and James didn't like each other? At first. That's actually something that Geisy, he talked about in... I believe that was in his playthrough with Fungo, where he mentioned, or in an interview somewhere, I know Geisy, he's talked about this, where Donna Burke, she's a professional voice actress and singer. By the time Silent Hill 2 came out, Donna Burke had already done a ton of work in a lot of other things, whereas Guy Sihi is not actually a professional voice actor. He was a businessman who did like some theater in college and stuff, and he just kind of fit. He auditioned actually at the request of Team Silent. Geisy, he originally went to the offices for his daughter to audition for the part of Laura, even though his daughter was a little bit too young for the part and she didn't get it. But they liked the look and manner of Guy Seehee himself. They felt that he was very close to their idea of James Sunderland, and they had him audition, and he got the part for that. But because he was kind of an amateur to all of this, and Donna Burke was very professional, apparently when they very first started working together, Donna Burke didn't have a whole lot of respect for him because he was such an amateur. But apparently as work went on and James's character started coming together more, and Guy Seehee started fitting more with the character, he brought a lot more realism to it, and eventually Donna Burke really warmed up to him. So we can get a couple more little scenes with Angela here.
What is it?
Oh, nothing. Sure is quiet here, huh?
I guess.
That's like my favorite little extra scene, that awkward exchange. Sure is quiet here, huh? I guess. The town is fucking called Silent Hill, genius. You didn't mention Akira Yamaoka had a raffle. Yes, he did. He had an auction for guitar and effects pedal that he used. Couldn't find anything about a Yamaha synth. Roland JD800, actually. Yes, that is it. That was what he used.
Aren't you looking for someone?
That's right.
And hey, Orpheus. Thank you for that, host. So there's a little detail here that I always kind of speculated on. There's these little reed-like plants with little white oblong leaves on the top, which very closely resembles a description of White Claudia in Silent Hill 1. I'm not sure, but the idea of it being this particular type of white oblong-leaved tall plant grows near water that is exclusively grown in the Silent Hill area. It would make sense. As I said, there's nothing to really confirm that. That's just like my speculation. But it does kind of fit. Even though the White Claudia itself doesn't really play a part in the plot of this game. Because at this point, the cult, essentially after the events of Silent Hill 1, the cult is in disarray. Dahlia's dead. They have to find and decide on who a new leader is. Dahlia had a very specific mindset of the beliefs and things of the cult, and a lot of people, once she died, started splitting off and believing in other things. The cult's sort of in disarray and reforming at this moment, so they don't play a role really in this game. The town is just sort of in the aftermath of Silent Hill 1, and there are still lingering effects of the nightmare that are sort of corrupting and twisting the power, the spiritual power of the town to draw out these sort of subconscious, nightmare-like things from the minds of James, Angela, and Eddie. Here we've got the Silent Hill Ranch. You can see the sign is not in Comic Sans. So despite this being widescreen, nice-looking Silent Hill 2, this is not the HD collection. Again, I'm playing the PC version with a widescreen mod, higher resolution cutscenes, and actually that's it. Those are the only two mods that I'm using, because I had some other ones, but they made the game very, very unstable, even more than it already is. Hey, Trina. And hey, Chex. Congrats, you two. So, when I did the story playthrough of Silent Hill 1 the other night, I was pointing out how Harry Mason is not physically, or is physically trapped within the town. There is no escape for him, even if he was like, fuck my daughter, I'm getting out of here. I don't give a shit. He couldn't do that. The roads were broken away, walled off, mysterious walls and things where they shouldn't be. There was no way for Harry to get out of that situation. That was not a psychological game about Harry's subconscious at all. This game, very, very different approach. It's a really different take on how they tell their story and kind of the meaning behind everything. Whereas like Silent Hill 1, 3, and 4, like Silent Hill has this stigma of being these psychological horror games that are all about the inner mind, which is true, but a lot of people misinterpret that as it always being the inner mind of the protagonist, which is actually pretty rare. And in this case, this is one of the few cases where it is the protagonist, but it's also other characters that we meet as well. And because there is no physical barrier trapping James here, like, he could go right back up the pathway we just came, get back in his car, and drive away, right? There's no reason to go back. I'm going to look for Mary. So with that one line alone, we get a much more definite understanding of how this is supposed to be focused around James and his mindset. There's nothing keeping here except for him. And everything that he is essentially in conflict with here is his own internal conflict. With the exception of a few other people that sort of come into contact with him, such as conflict with Eddie. But even that is sort of given means to happen because of James's internal conflict and because of Eddie's as well. Hey, Lulu. Space Devo, I'm gonna ban you. Flowers. Celebrating 70 years. You know, I like very rarely ever play using the widescreen modded and stuff, so pardon me while I just kind of like look at various parts of the town where I can see things at a slightly different kind of angle. I am having a little bit of a nerdgasm. As said, it's not often that I do this, and it was a lot of work getting this to even work. So I'm definitely going to be kind of taking my time and enjoying it. That's the whole point of these story playthroughs anyway. Are these marks blood? Again, if we had that thicker PS2 fog, that lying figure there is much more obscured. Well, screw that guy. I'm gonna go explore. That shadow just now bothers me. What was that? So you're kind of restricted from exploring. You can get around this on the PC version using a quick save glitch, but I'm not going to be doing that. Not this time. Do I use Windows 7 or 10? I use Windows 7. Because Windows 10 makes all of this stuff even less compatible with modern hardware. And I play more old games than I do new games, so there's no reason for me to upgrade to 10. There's been a cave-in on the road. I can't go any further this way. Can't make it to the park this way. I'll have to find another way. So as said, we do run into the same sort of physical barriers keeping us from certain parts of the town, similar to Silent Hill 1, same caved-in roads and things like that, but again, there's absolutely nothing stopping James from just getting back in his car and driving home. He is here of his own volition. He's here because he knows he needs to come to terms with reality, with what he's done. Even though he has had a psychotic break and forgotten it. Not so much forgotten, but misremembered. Created a false memory. And he needs to come to terms with the truth. And the only thing really keeping him here and driving him to do that is him. The town just sort of is a vessel for him to experience that through. I think that's another Heaven's Night billboard. It's really, really messed up, but you can see along the top, it's like girls, girls, girls. One thing I'm a little sad they don't have in this game that was included with Silent Hill 3 as part of the mechanics is you can zoom. You can zoom the camera in, and you're not able to do that in this game, sadly. I really wish you could. You can with, like, some camera hack type stuff, but radio? What's going on with that radio? Oh, gross. Oh, crap. These things are tough on hard mode. There we go.
Is it dead? What the hell is it? It's not human.
Okay. Off to a good start. Hey, Bilbus. No, you can't purge single lines, but it's okay. Dead. Could it have been that creature? What's going on in this town? So there's a corpse there, a victim of this lying figure. And this particular victim, along with a lot of the other bodies that we see around the town, are not real. They're not actual people. The idea behind this is that James is seeing elements of his subconscious manifested into reality around him. And those elements of his subconscious manifest themselves in many different ways. The lying figure itself is a manifestation. It represents elements of Mary, when she was on her deathbed, and even while she was being smothered to death by James. The way that its movements are supposed to reflect kind of the writhing and flailing that Mary did as she was being suffocated to death. And that powerful memory of that movement and the way that looked and kind of the disturbing act of it represents itself as these creatures. And these corpses, upon close examination, are actually James himself. They're a representation of his guilt, his desire to die as punishment for what he's done. And that is represented in all of these dead bodies he comes across that resemble him, are his actual model. Even though he never actually acknowledges any of those corpses as himself. So it's an idea that he has this desire, but he's not consciously aware of it. If you listen very closely, you can hear something very important that Mary says.
This thing broken? What the? I'd better take it anyway. I might need it.
So you can actually hear Mary's voice during that segment saying the words, "James, why did you kill me?" Oh, why are we getting this glitch again? Is that something you're supposed to figure out now or later? The idea behind it is, if you're playing this game fresh, new. You don't know who Mary is. Well, at this point, you've seen the intro sequence. You heard her voice read the letter. You just know kind of the bare basics, but you don't know that James was the one responsible for it. So the idea here is that you would hear her voice through the radio, but you wouldn't really know what you're listening for. Once you've played the game, and you play through it and listen to that again, you can make out what she's actually saying because you have an understanding of the story.
There's Eddie's van again.
And this is hard action mode, so I'm going to be avoiding combat as much as I can. It's a good way to drain supplies. And hey, Blue Satyr just subscribed for 6 months in a row. Thank you for the 6 months of support, and many more than that, long since before I was partnered. Heard Hirimi actually modded without accidentally banning someone. It's true, it happened. Something is written on it. Too bad I can't read it because the surface has been rubbed away. So, it's impossible to, within the game, unlock these blocked out words. However, they can, like the words are there, but they can't be unlocked in any way. They had to be data mined from the actual files of the game. I have notes, but because of the way I'm doing this, I can't really open them up. So I'm going to try to remember this as best I can. Remains of Blood Swamp. The X number of meters of land surrounding this monument was originally swamp, but was later filled up. From long ago, the locals nicknamed... From long ago, the swamp was nicknamed Blood Swamp because the executioners poured the water used to wash the execution tools in here. Perhaps it's for... Perhaps it's for the reason that many people seem to have seen ghosts in the area. I know is like the general idea. I can't quite remember the exact words of the top line, but the rest is definitely many people seem to have seen ghosts in the area. So, local legend, the swamps themselves around this area were nicknamed Blood Swamp because of the prison and the executioners of the prison that would wash their tools in the water. Jump scare. That thing scared the hell out of me the first time I played this. Here we can see another corpse. Resembling James. Again, he does not acknowledge any of these. But we do need that apartment key. Old-looking key that I found in town. And it's for the Woodside Apartments. Alright, see you later, Lulu. If you fuck with a certain file, you can set the bullet multiplier to whatever you want. Yeah, I imagine so. There's no real reason for it, though. I mean, it's fine. Honestly, you can also just beat the game and then use bullet adjust And that usually gives you more than enough ammo for, like, fighting almost every enemy or killing every enemy. But I also don't even have a gun until the apartments. So we're gonna plank some dudes. And I do want to kill these because there are some notes over here that I need to read. Well, want to read. Another corpse. Hey, Tato. And hey, Pablo. How's internet treating you tonight? Internet was actually dropping out a lot earlier, but it seems to have cleared up for the last couple hours at least, so fingers crossed. Alright, so we got another James corpse and some memos scattered around. I'm gonna write everything that I've learned so far. Maybe that will help you out somehow. If you're reading this, it probably means I'm already dead. I saw those demons. They were there, I'm certain. But my friend says he didn't see anything. If that's true, does that mean that what I saw was an illusion? But whether that demon that ate human beings was real, or whether it was just some kind of hallucination that my mind dreamed up, one thing I know for sure is that I'm beyond all hope. Hey, Cody, thank you for the host. It seems that they're attracted to light. That's why people who need light to see are their natural prey. They also react strongly to sound. If you want to go on living, you'd be better off just sitting in the dark and staying quiet, but even that probably won't save you. That note is copied word for word in Silent Hill Homecoming. If you're going to try to fight them, the most important thing is to relax. It's dangerous to fire a gun while you're all crazy with fear. Take good aim and then squeeze the trigger. And don't forget to finish them off. I think most of those creatures can be killed, even if they're tougher than people. Run away. Run away, run away, run away. 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 Again, good advice for dealing with enemies in this game. Unless you're going for 10-star, run away. Jacob's Ladder, yeah, amazing movie. And this game took a lot of inspiration from it. For a while it was free up on YouTube. Paramount Pictures actually put it on their official YouTube for free. But they've since taken it back down. Sucks. So we're in the Woodside Apartments. First sort of area. And I love the way the lighting is for the apartments. They had to make sure and spend particular attention to the way things are lit in the apartments, simply because this is where you get the flashlight, which is going to affect your lighting for the rest of the game. But the way they've got like little bits of light kind of seeping in through cracks and things in the kind of lobby and stairwell areas. But once you get into the actual hallways, a lot of the lights and things don't work. And it gets much darker as you start looking around. And then we have this room. As soon as you walk in, you can't rotate the camera, but you can see there's a very bright, distinct light in this room. And as you approach it, you can actually see that this is Mary's clothing. So you can kind of get this sense of this mannequin, this representation of Mary, being the place where you get your light, that it is the source of James's light. It is what guides him and allows him to continue forward. And as soon as you get it, oh right, also this is a nightmarish, horrible place. Yeah, S. Brown, let's take it easy on the copy pasta. Nothing that looks to be of any use. Sewing machine, nothing special about it. There are arms and legs scattered all over the sofa. Luckily, they came from a mannequin. The one mannequin arm just sat upright on the chair. I think bothers me the most. You can see I'm also trailing bloody footprints after killing something. So that part of the hallway is all walled off. There's like a makeshift wall of pipes stuck into the walls. This note, it must be from the person who lived here. Three needles stand of 3 different heights. The fat, the tall, and the thin. From slow to fast, they move to the right. Scott rests not on 3, but 15. So, referring to clock hands. Television, nothing unusual about it. What's this? Henry, Mildred, and Scott. 3 scratches in the wall, representing again clock's hands. H, M, and S, the first letter of each name, representing hours, minutes, and seconds. And you can see there is like an arrow annotation at the end of each of the hands, or each of the scratches representing each of the hands. And then we have the clock itself. The scars from the past shall remove the nail that stops time. Holy fuck. Tato with $100. But, dude, that was also like perfect timing. As soon as I tried to push the clock. Tato, holy crap, dude. Blah, blah, blah. Love y'all. I'm not yet drunk. Still need to work. Keepo. You do still need to work. Because Forgotten Memories isn't on Steam yet. And I'm not playing it right now. So there's still work to be done. But thank you. Holy shit, dude. James made a weird noise when pushing the clock. Yep. Touched him in a very special way. Holy shit, dude. Thank you so much. What was that sound? That was the sound of Maria dying. Holy crap. Dude, thank you again. That is insane. You have been entirely too generous when it comes to supporting me and supporting the channel. Thank you so much, Tato. Alright. Wipe away the tears. Let's move on. No matter how hard I push, it doesn't move. It's like it's stuck to the ground. The clock is stopped at 3:52 and 15 seconds. The faceplate is closed. It is locked. Can't touch the needles of the clock like this. So, with this, and with the clue on the side of the clock, as well as the clue from this note here, we can figure the time that the clock needs to be set to. But we gotta get that clock key. We will be back later. Got a locked door. Another locked door. Let's go ahead and clear. Nah, let's just go to the third floor. Saved info to highlight that if nobody else does. I mean, literally anybody and everybody can clip it. There's a key on the, There's a key on the ground on the other side of the bars. If I stretch my arm out, I just might be able to reach it. Just use the stick that's in your hand.
Ow! Hey, wait! Damn it.
Can't reach it no matter how far I stretch. But who's that kid? Who's that kid indeed? Got the handgun. And I always love the sort of creepy circumstance of picking this up, just sitting in a grocery cart, shells, spent bullet casings everywhere, bullet holes all over the walls, everything's destroyed and shot up. And a lot of people speculate that the idea of picking the gun up out of the grocery cart is kind of a reference to American gun culture. How easy it is to get a gun. in the US. And again, you can see how dark some of these hallways are when you don't have the light on. Again, the lighting had to be absolutely perfect for this first area, depending on when you pick up the flashlight and which areas you explore, and yeah. Some really great lighting here. Really great lighting in this game altogether, just here in particular. What was that? Some kind of noise north of here. So that scream sound is actually a sound effect that's layered. There's a male scream, like an adult male, and then there's an infant screaming, and it's mixed in such a way that usually when people hear the sound, you can only really kind of listen for one or the other. So sometimes people hear the grown man, sometimes people hear the infant. Really neat bit of kind of audio trickery to make a really interesting effect. And hey, Silly Pole. And hey, Pyramid Head. Triangle Face. He's just there. This freaked me out. I mean, no big introduction, no cutscene, no nothing like that. The way, like, you know, Homecoming has a cutscene every time it introduces an enemy, and Downpour has like 7 cutscenes for the dirty ladies alone. No, Pyramid Head, he's just there. He's just watching you. He's not attacking you, he's not chasing you. Just observing. Just making his presence known. And that always unsettled me far more than something getting a big grand cutscene entrance. This is different. The chair is moved forward. There's a huge streak of blood there. And what looks to be like a corpse. The TV's also on, and on static now. Newspaper here, looks very old. Key to room 202, we'll go there in a second. No speedrun tonight? Nope, no speedrun tonight, 6 Guy. No speedrunning this week, I'm just going to be doing slow story playthroughs of these games. I have a lot of fun speedrunning these games, and that's definitely something I'm not done with, but I love these games. That's why I speedrun them in the first place. Because for me, like, I can only really speedrun games that I'm willing to play over and over, and this is one of the first games I learned to speedrun. But yeah, the whole reason I like speedrunning these is because I love these games in general. I've been a huge fan of the Silent Hill series since the first game, so every once in a while I like coming through and doing these story playthroughs.
Oh my God. Who could have?
So again, James is not acknowledging this body as his own. He's dead. Who could have done this? And the way this is set up is very eerily similar to a scene that we're going to see James in himself later on. But now we can get to room 202. Oh yeah. And after that, Triangle Face is out of here. Exactly. This game does a lot with foreshadowing. And I feel like the excessive amount of foreshadowing and the symbolism of everything is absolutely intentional, given the difference of the way this story is being told and handled compared to Silent Hill 1. In Silent Hill 1, everything was new to you because everything was new to Harry. Harry had never been to Silent Hill before. He didn't know anything about the cult. You were discovering everything at the same time that Harry was. James, however, this whole situation is James coming to terms with something that he's already done. So the foreshadowing is kind of more about how he's coming to terms with it, rather than trying to discover things as you go along. It's like James remembering things. Even though he's not really consciously remembering them, you as a player can kind of start piecing what happened and kind of the meaning of everything, especially once you've played through this game kind of several times and looked at a lot of the little details. Speaking of little details, look at these moths flying around me. They're attracted to my flashlight. If I turn it off, they'll actually fly away. It's kind of dark to tell, but they moved back over there towards the door. Again, foreshadowing to a lot of different things. The final boss of this game has an attack. It is essentially like giant versions of these moths. The appearance of the moths and butterflies in general. And you can see there are more butterflies. Body of a dead butterfly on the ground. Nothing else of interest here. There's a constant recurring theme of moths and butterflies. God, and that sound effect in this room. It's so good. Super creepy. Maria herself has a butterfly tattoo. All of these things I talked about in Silent Hill 1. Alessa herself was a fan of moths, butterflies, etc. And the symbolism of them in that game is the same as it is here. It is a way to represent rebirth. Butterflies are, in many cultures, looked at as a symbol of rebirth, since they start life as a caterpillar, go through a transformation, and become butterflies. And people often equate that essentially to living, dying, and being reborn as something different. In Silent Hill 1's case, it's Alessa's reincarnation. In Silent Hill 2's case, it's Mary's quote-unquote rebirth as the manifestation of Maria. It's too dark to tell for sure, but I think there's something on the other side of the hole. Let's get it. Got the clock key. So now I can go open the clock face. Oh yeah, Hirimi, you do have a butterfly tattoo. The crest of the mighty monarch. That's me getting a dish out of the microwave. Oh my god, that's so funny. Somebody should reenact that. take these models and put them through like Studio Filmmaker or something, and have James do that same animation, reaching into a microwave, pulling out a hot plate. Oh, that's good. That's good, Dippity. Alright, so the solution for this puzzle is always the same. It's always going to be the time that's scratched into the wall with Henry, Mildred, and Scott. The second hand is always stuck on 3 for 15. And then you just have to rotate the hands to 10 past 9. So as said, the solution for this is always the same, but the initial spawn position of the clock hands themselves is random every time you play the game. That doesn't seem like a very random thing for solving a puzzle, and it doesn't really offer a whole lot of randomness on replays, but boy is it a pain in the ass when you're speedrunning, because in-game time is still ticking while you rotate the hands of the clock. So sometimes they'll spawn like right next to 10 past 9, and it takes you like 1 second to rotate it over to the correct solution. Sometimes it's all the way on the other side of the clock face, and you have to rotate it all the way around. So it can be the difference of this segment taking 3 seconds or 12, 15 seconds. There's writing on the clock. Yeah, we read that. Pretty big reset point. I mean, if you're just learning the game and stuff, not really, but if you're grinding out like world record and trying to get really good times in this game, yeah, this is your first reset point of the game. And in a speed run, this is about 9 minutes or so into the run. So, yeah. I've played the first 9 minutes of this game probably more times than I've played this game in its entirety. By like tenfold, just because of speedrunning. Get as far as this point, and then... Oh, bad clock, reset. And by the way, yeah, 9 minutes. It's been an hour and a half playing through this right now. Speedrunning, you're here in 9 minutes. It's no big deal. That's not the door. This is the door. The infamous scene. Is this a music video where he raps? Who, Pyramid Head? What's up? I'm Pyramid Head, and I'm here to say I'm gonna stab your ass in a major way. Don't remember him shooting the gun. Shooting the gun is one of the most important parts of that scene. So the scene itself is a big reference to David Lynch's film Blue Velvet. There is a scene, a pair of scenes actually in the movie, where the protagonist is hiding in the closet watching essentially a rape happen, and it is horrifying. And in one of those scenes, he actually does fire the gun from the closet. And as said, if you've never seen Blue Velvet, this game takes a lot of reference and influence from that as well. So if you're interested in watching and catching up on all the films and stuff that this game pulls a lot of influence from, so far, Jacob's Ladder, Blue Velvet. There's many, many more. At some point I should put together like a big compilation of media that you should watch if you're a Silent Hill fan. And to talk about the scene itself a little more, so we know the influence of it, but in the context of this, everybody always perceives this as Pyramid Head raping these creatures. It's become the meme surrounding Pyramid Head, and if you really watch the scene, I mean, there's nothing actually happening. The reason you perceive it as a sexual act is because of the sexual design and nature of the creatures themselves. If they looked like anything else, if they were any more abstract, you probably wouldn't see it the same way. But because they're just human enough, you can sort of relate to them and see it as this really horrifying, sexual act. And the fact that it's something that you have to perceive, not something that's blatantly just shown to you, says a lot for the way that these games, the way the early games did their visuals in the Silent Hill series, and the way they sort of told the story. A lot of it is done through these very visceral sort of scenes where you're given a lot, but you're not given everything. And ultimately, you have to come to a conclusion of what it is you're looking at in your mind. And your mind is always going to paint a much darker picture than what's actually happening, if that makes any sense. It's a good way of conveying sort of a personal reaction to the player without just blatantly putting something in the game. It's a little something we like to call subtlety. Also, I got a courtyard key. Ah, the flashback glitch. How many times is it gonna happen? At least this consistently fixes it, but it's annoying. People just see stuff in black and white. I don't think it's... I mean, it's true to a certain degree, but you definitely have to really take your time and thoroughly analyze a lot of what's going on to really interpret everything you can from this game in particular, and from in general a lot of the Silent Hill games and psychological horror in general. And some people, I mean, some people just don't play games that way. Some people play games just to relax and kind of turn their mind off and not really pay too much attention to it and just enjoy playing a scary game. And that's fine. You know, everybody enjoys experiences in different ways. And for me, like, that was definitely my first experiences with these games. I didn't jump into them and start analyzing every little detail. I jumped into them as a teenager who wanted to play some spooky, scary games. And it was over time, playing them repeatedly, that I start noticing, like, this little detail and this little detail and how these two scenes fit together. And, oh, I never really realized the inflection when this character says this and then this happens later. It came over years and years of playing the games myself, playing them with other people, watching friends play through it the first time and approach things in different ways, or see different things, and notice different things, and discussion with other fans like yourselves. That's the biggest way that, you know, a lot of information can really be culled from these games. It's amazing when you get older, you see different things you never noticed. Yeah, because different things are relevant to you when you're older. And I feel like as you get older, you gain a lot more appreciation for these games in particular. Like, for example, this game came out in 2001. So I would have been 13. When I was 13, I didn't know anything about falling in love. I didn't know anything about losing a loved one, other than the passing of my dad, but that was a very different experience to, like, you know, this. And I just didn't have as much life experience to relate to the characters. Whereas as I got older, I can relate much stronger to a lot of the feelings, a lot of the reactions, a lot of the ways the characters say things, a lot of the ways that they're affected by the traumas in their life, because as I got older, I've gone through, you know, more difficult things, more experience in life in general, and it gives you a different view. It gives you a sort of a respect for the things that are going on in this. So, as said, when I played it as a teenager, it was just a really good spooky game, and I didn't really understand why. And as I got older and started analyzing it, and I was able to relate to much more of it, I got to really understand kind of how beautifully depressing it all is, because there are just so many things that are tragic yet relatable. And I think that's one of the things that makes this game really stick out for a lot of people. It stands out in your mind, because that's not something that I feel from playing Resident Evil. You know, I never relate to any of the characters and feel a whole lot of sadness and emotion towards a whole lot of the scenarios and things, because they're so much more exaggerated. Whereas this gives sort of an eerily realistic view on things like suicidal tendencies, self-hatred, regret, loss. So I picked up some juice and threw it down a trash chute. It took, first time I ever played this, it took me forever to figure out that that's what you do. It's kind of an abstract thing. And I feel like it's also a bit of a mistranslation. Hey, Johnny. Johnny, thank you for the 115 bits. Can't sleep bits. Staying up all night bits. Thank you, Johnny. But yeah, with the juice cans, I feel like there's a bit of a mistranslation there. I think it was originally supposed to be a type of alcohol. There are like alcoholic juices and things like that come in cans. That's a little more common in like Japan. And later on, we have some dialogue in Heaven's Night where we examine some alcohol bottles, and James talks about after Mary's death, he was really turned to alcohol as a way to deal with his depression and, you know, get away from the pain, the loneliness, as he phrases it. And but he also says, but there's no time for that now. And if this was seen as alcohol being thrown into a trash chute, you could perceive it as a little bit more meaningful to James's character, the idea that he's giving up this vice that he's been using as a crutch to deal with his sadness. And that's exactly what he's here for, to come to terms with his sadness, with his depression, and what he's done. The garbage bag is torn and the contents are strewn all over. Got a coin, old man. Random and off topic, but which PC version is this? This is the European Director's Cut. Read on PC Gaming Wiki, Euro version is supposed to be Superior 1. Do I have any input? Superior in the sense that it is compatible with all of the better mods, such as the Silent Hill proxy, which is what I'm using for the widescreen mod, and the better cutscene mod and all of those things. They're much more stable and much more compatible with the European Director's Cut. There's also like a few audio glitches and things that don't happen as often with the European Director's Cut. So it's not like a huge difference. But yeah, if you're trying to deal with these games, especially this game, getting it to run on modern hardware, you want to go with what's most stable, and that is by far European Director's Cut. What's this? Some gossip magazine, huh? The police announced today that Walter Sullivan, I know that guy, who was arrested on the 18th of this month for the brutal murder of Billy Locane and his sister Miriam, committed suicide in his jail cell early on the morning of the 22nd. According to the police statement, Sullivan used a soup spoon to stab himself in the neck, severing his carotid artery. By the time the guard discovered him, Sullivan was dead from blood loss, the spoon buried 2 inches in his neck. An old schoolmate of Walter Sullivan's from his hometown of Pleasant River said he didn't look like the type of guy who would kill kids. But I do remember that just before they arrested him, he was blurting out all sorts of strange stuff, like, he's trying to kill me, he's trying to punish me, the monster, the red devil, forgive me, I did it, but it wasn't me. The schoolmate then added, I guess now that I think of it, he was kinda crazy. So that's our very first mention of Walter Sullivan. And this is long before any of the members of Team Silent had began conceptualizing Silent Hill 4 as a game. This was just little bits of kind of background lore, side story stuff. This particular article mentioning the Red Devil is a bit of a foreshadow, just mentioning James's own personal Red Devil, the Pyramid Head, the Red Pyramid Thing, as it's officially known. Although he does get it does call him Pyramid Head in the description of the Great Knife. But it's kind of interesting to think that, you know, several years later, or a couple years later at least, they come back to this mention of Walter Sullivan and completely branch it off into its entire own script and game for Silent Hill 4. Are the Euro versions of 3 and 4 superior to US counterparts, or are those about the same? Those are about the same. There's no noticeable difference in the PAL versions of Silent Hill 3 and 4 PC. Ah. Getting wrecked. Don't get stuck. Alright, so I've picked up a couple of coins here. I had the old man coin. Picked that up just now with the Sullivan article. Looks like an old man. A snake coin that I just picked up out of the baby walker in the empty pool. Again, more bizarre kind of imagery. Possibly a reference to James and Mary wanting to conceive a child, but never being able to because of Mary's illness. Just gonna let him spit in your face. James is into it, I'm sure. It's his fetish. God damn it, Hirimi, why do you keep resetting the top cheer? You've done that before. Don't do that. You can click on the little X to clear it for yourself. But when you dismiss it like that, it clears it for everybody. Sorry, BB Lemon. Rip your bits. A sightseeing brochure for the town's lying here. Let's read that. Welcome to Silent Hill. Silent Hill, a quiet little lakeside resort town. We're happy to have you. Take some time out of your busy schedules and enjoy a nice, restful vacation here. Row after row of quaint old houses, a gorgeous mountain landscape, and a lake which shows different sides of its beauty, with its passing of the day from sunrise to late afternoons to sunset. Silent Hill will move you and fill you with a feeling of deep peace. I hope your time here will be pleasant and your memories will last forever. Editor, Roger Widmark. It had a message attached to it that seems like it was attacking someone. Because that's how top bits work. Twinkie had top bits. And then BB Lemon was like, fuck your bits. Now I've got top bits. That's how it works. I thought you knew how Twitch works by now. Hawk, not Top Gun, thank you for the 100 bits. You are the top cheerer. Congrats. You should probably unmod me. Nah, it's fine. It just adds excitement to our everyday lives when you're here. What the? Who could have done this? So, while Eddie pukes his guts out in the background, I'm going to talk about this corpse a little bit. This is the first corpse that we see that is not James. It's very clearly not his model. And this is going to be a constant theme where the only other corpses we see that don't resemble James are only whenever we're in the presence of Eddie. His victims are specifically different looking from the rest of the corpses because they are not the same type of manifestation as the corpses that James is seeing.
It wasn't me. I didn't do it.
Do what?
I didn't do anything. I swear. He was like this when I got here.
My name's James. James Sunderland.
Eddie.
Eddie. Who's that dead guy in the kitchen?
I didn't do it. I swear I didn't kill anybody.
You're not friends with that red pyramid.
Red pyramid thing. I don't know what you're talking about. Honest. But I did see some weird looking monsters. They scared the hell out of me, so I ran in here.
Well, I guess this place isn't too safe either. What happened here anyway?
I told you, I don't know. I'm not even from this town. I just...
You too, huh? Something just brought you here, right?
Yeah, you could say that.
Well, whatever it is, I think you better get out of here soon.
Yeah, you're right. What about you?
I'll leave as soon as I'm done here. Eddie, be careful.
James, you be careful too.
I love the almost menacing tone that James has in his voice when he says, I'll leave as soon as I'm done here. Let me catch up on chat here. Pancake, just one more technical question. What are your thoughts on PC version control schemes? Do you prefer using gamepad or a keyboard? Gamepad can be a little bit of a pain to set up with these games. You'll usually have to use something like Joy-to-Key or Xpadder to properly set up control configuration for the PC versions, but it's doable. And honestly, whatever you're comfortable with, if you're just playing these games casually, both work fine. If you're interested in speed running, I recommend setting up the controller and getting familiar with the directional controls rather than the rotational tank style controls that I use, since those are actually the faster controls to use, because you don't have to strafe or quick turn or anything like that, which are kind of inefficient movements. With directional controls in a controller, you just immediately turn, James just snaps towards the direction that you press on the stick. So, but it also makes maneuvering through the static camera angles a little more awkward. But yeah, as far as either control scheme, if you're just playing like casually and stuff, they both work fine. Personally, I prefer keyboard just because that's what I spent a lot of time learning to run this game on before directional controls were discovered to be faster. So it's just what I'm more familiar with from running this game the last 3 years almost.
Eddie, are you okay?
Yeah, I guess.
Eddie's feeling a little bit better. Eddie's world is probably pretty creepy. It probably is, Fabian, but we never get a real chance to see a whole lot of it. We get a little bit of a glimpse of it later on when we actually fight Eddie. We see a little bit of what his nightmare might be like. We see a little bit of Angela's, but we don't get to see them really in depth. It's one of the things that one of my complaints about this game is that They have a sub-scenario called Born from a Wish, where you play as Maria. And the only problem I have with that is I feel like the main scenario tells you everything you need to know about Maria. The extra sub-scenario was just kind of reiterating information that we already knew. It gives a little bit of new info as well, but not enough to really warrant an entire separate sub-scenario. It's all stuff that could have easily been worked into the main scenario. I would have much preferred a sub-scenario focused on Eddie or Angela. Even Laura. I would love a scenario where there's no monsters and it's just an empty town and Laura walking around and exploring, finding clues, finding Mary's letters, what happened with her exploring around with Eddie, how did she get, from place to place, and what it was like for her. Like, that would be fine. I would have much preferred any of those options over a Maria sub-scenario. There's just... It felt a little too redundant. So back to Eddie and kind of piecing together his character here. So we discover him vomiting violently into that bathroom, and this is most likely a reaction to his first time killing a person, the person that we saw in the fridge. Before this, Eddie had killed a dog and he had shot a person, but this is the first time that we know of that he's actually killed someone, and it's understandable that the first time you'd kill someone you might have a pretty intense reaction to that, and this drove Eddie to start throwing up and like puking his guts out in the toilet. And as far as the dog that Eddie killed and the person that Eddie shot, the person was a football player, and we don't know the exact relationship between them and Eddie. If this was a football player that Eddie idolized, if this was a coach that for a team that Eddie was trying to join, who knows what. If this was, somebody who was just bullying Eddie, and played football, and Eddie just wanted his revenge on them. But either way, that is definitely the idea behind the football posters and things that we find in this room right next to Eddie. A football and sports magazine laying on the ground, all allusions to this sort of reason, this thing that Eddie has done that eventually led to him being drawn here to the town. Yeah, let's go ahead and take a drink. There's no fire escape outside the door. Maybe they knocked it down when they built the building next door. I think I can get into the building next door if I go through the window in front of me. This key is now useless. Discard. It's kind of funny that, in Resident Evil, it does give you that option. In Silent Hill, you just use them automatically, and then they're automatically removed from your inventory. Looks like there's something stuck inside the toilet. Will you take it out? Here comes another one of my favorite sound effects in this game. Looks like a wallet. There's some kind of memo in it. VV4 X5 4 X3. It's too bad TGA Dave isn't here right now so that I could poke fun at him because the first one of these is VV4, because I'm pretty sure that was one of the things he got on his first playthrough of this game that he streamed. So to solve this puzzle, each of the letters are Roman numerals. The V's are 5s. The two V's would be 10, plus 4 would be 14. Down 4. Exactly, Sean. Anybody else who was there for TGA Dave's stream where he was trying to solve this safe puzzle, I hope we're enjoying it as much as I was. It took him about 4.5 hours, 5 hours or something. And I watched every second of it. It was amazing. But yeah, it's Roman numerals. You just have to add them together. So 14 right, 15 left, 4 right, 13. And this is the safe. Where you would normally input that combination. There are some very useful clips of handgun bullets in there, especially since I'm playing on hard mode. But I'm going to handicap myself and not pick those up, simply for the fact that I love torturing James and making him stick his hand into a filthy shit-filled toilet for nothing. It's just more fun that way. Support sleeping dogs. I'm glad you're enjoying it. And thank everybody who's just here enjoying the playthrough, enjoying the stream. Appreciate you all being here watching. What if that affected the ending? That would be amazing. So now we are in the Blue Creek Apartments. We got the map for this area. And Sleeping Dogs, thank you for that, host. I think normal mode requires 36 handgun bullets to beat the first Pyramid Head fight, probably more on hard. That's true if you are speedrunning. We actually don't have to spend a single bullet on Pyramid Head. We can just dance around and avoid him until he leaves. You remember that? Remembering the exact number of shots to defeat Pyramid Head is crucial for speedrunning this. So, yes, you have to make sure you pick up a certain number of clips and that you fire the correct number of bullets. Does this game have damage RNG? Not really, no. The way that damage and death work in this game is also kind of weird. You have to go to 0 health and then get hit again to die. So, like, you can take damage all the way down to 3 HP and then get hit with an attack that would, if you were at full HP, take off, say, 20. Even though you've only got 3 left, you'll just go down to 0. You'll still be alive, but the next hit will kill you. But as far as the amount of damage that each particular attack does, I don't think it's really random. So, with this room, much like the surroundings of Eddie's puke chamber, having clues to his past and why he's here, we're about to meet Angela again, the girl from the cemetery in the beginning. And this room has a few little hints towards her history as well. If you look at these two doors, where we've got this very relatively clean, sort of bright white door next to this darker, beaten, boarded up, very messed up door, showing just kind of a disparity in how much somebody would have cared or not cared for the person in this room. And it's implied that that person would have been a child, considering the stuffed animal next to the door. A stuffed animal probably belonged to the kid that used to live here. These are insinuations to the abuse that Angela endured growing up. She was beaten and raped by her father and brother throughout most of her life, and she was made to feel that it was her fault and verbally abused by her mother. So that element of abuse in Angela's history is sort of represented here in this appearance of the doors, and again shown to be part of her childhood using the teddy bear itself. By the way, Angela is supposed to be, there's not any actual given age for Angela. We know that she is a recent high school graduate, so she is estimated to be around 18 or 19, although in some behind-the-scenes footage for Silent Hill 3, it's commented that she might be 17 or 18. So her exact age is actually unknown, but Angela is somewhere between 17 and 19, but she looks and sounds much older. That is intentional, and they intentionally got Donna Burke, an older voice actress. Donna Burke was in her late 30s, I believe, when they did Silent Hill 2. Late 30s, early 40s. And that was all done intentionally. They wanted Angela to have a more aged appearance and sound than her actual character's age, as a way of reflecting the amount of abuse that she's endured. And again, we get a lot more hints to exactly the extent of how that abuse affected Angela's mental state in this interaction here.
Oh, it's you.
Yeah, I'm James.
Angela.
Angela, okay. I don't know what you're planning, but there's always another way.
Really? But you're the same as me. It's easier just to run. Besides, is what we deserve.
No, I'm not like you.
Are you afraid? I'm sorry.
It's okay. Did you find your mother?
Not yet. She's not anywhere.
Did she live in this apartment building?
I don't know.
So, all you know is she lived in this town.
What did you say? How do you know that?
Well, I just figured, 'cause this is where you're looking for her. How else would I know?
Yeah.
Am I right?
I'm so tired.
So, Why did you come to this town anyway?
I'm sorry. Did you find the person you're looking for?
Not yet. Her name's Mary. She's my wife.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. Anyway, she's dead. I don't know why I think she's here.
She's dead?
Don't worry. I'm not crazy. At least, I don't think so.
I've got to find my mama.
Should I go with you? This town's dangerous. Now I know what you meant back there in the cemetery.
I'll be okay by myself. Besides, I'd just slow you down.
What about that?
Will you hold it for me?
Sure. No problem.
If I kept it, I'm not sure what I might do. I'm sorry. I've been bad. Please don't.
Are you afraid? Keep in mind, Donna Burke is an Aussie. She's from Australia. That was a horrible attempt at even doing that myself, but Donna Burke's American English accent is actually much better than any Aussie accent I could try to muster. So some of the words and things that she says sound a little bit off because she's Australian and putting on an accent. But honestly, I think a lot of it is fine. It works because it just adds to the sort of odd demeanor of Angela's character. But yeah, I love everything about that. The way this scene is set up. Angela starts off laying down on the ground. Her tone is very, very different when she's talking to James through the reflection. And then when she turns around to face him and starts talking to him directly. Just as a way of showing that indirect contact is a little easier for her to deal with than direct contact. Again, a sign of somebody who's been abused and has become very introverted as a result of that. And on the ground here as well, we get another hint to her past and her relationship with her family, aside from the obvious hints of abuse from her reactions to James reaching towards her and things like that. Then we also have a photo here that shows a family, a mother, a father, a daughter, and a son. The daughter is Angela, and you can see that she's talking about finding her mama. She has this attachment to her mother, even though her mother is abusive as well, just verbally. But perhaps, it was the closest thing to a proper family member. At least her mother wasn't physically abusive, so she had this attachment, but you can see the father and brother torn away from the rest of the photo, showing an obvious distancing from them. And she gave us a knife which actually cannot be used or equipped as a weapon. It's a knife from Angela. I don't plan on using this as a weapon. The blade is stained with something red. And then we also got the prisoner coin, a large coin imprinted with an image of a prisoner found in the West apartment building. Looks like a woman. In fact, looks like a woman with similar dark hair and sunken eyes, much like Angela. So we've got the 3 coins we need. Get away from me, bug. Equip the coin as a weapon, like Johnny from Guilty Gear. Get a 2x4 and a crowbar? No. I mean, yes, you get a piece of wood. You get the wooden plank. It's a wooden plank with nails on one end. There's no crowbar though. There's a steel pipe. Trying to think of all the melee weapons. There's the wooden plank, there's the steel pipe, there's the chainsaw. There's the great knife. I think that's it. Examining the knife multiple times does go towards the in-water ending. There are several different things that you do in this game that sort of branch you one way or the other towards different endings. For instance, it's all related to kind of the circumstance of the ending. In the in-water ending, James commits suicide. So if you focus on the more depressing optional things, more depressing notes that are optional, if you take the time to go and read them, if you take the time to read there was a hole here and those messages, if you don't heal very often and you go around with damage taken, basically play very risky and suicidally, those will gear you towards in water. If you play sort of properly, avoid damage, heal often, kind of play very typically, you tend to get like the leave ending. If you spend a lot of time focusing on Maria and protecting her, checking back on places where you leave her, etc., you gear more towards that ending. So, was Pyramid Head in Silent Hill 1? No. Pyramid Head's first appearance is in this game. His only appearance should have been this game, given that Pyramid Head himself is a manifestation of James's guilt. By all means, Pyramid Head, as we see him and know him, should not exist in any circumstance where James isn't present. Yo, Ducky. Rabbit Ducky, thank you so much for the host. How's it going, man? How are you enjoying White Day? I was watching Techie play that game a little bit before I started my stream. Looks pretty good. I'm going to have to play that. I might get to that on October. And for those of you who are not already following Rabbit Ducky, you should definitely give him a follow. He does a lot of interesting horror games. The way I know the Silent Hill games and go through these is the way Ducky knows the Fatal Frame series. So if you're a fan of that series, you should definitely give him a follow. And he does a lot of other stuff like Corpse Party and yeah, most recently White Day. Alright, so we've got our 3 coins and we've got our desk. Dog ending will always be the best ending? Yes. Silent Hill 1's the only game where endings are decided by definitive actions. It's either done or not. I mean, 3, you're not, like, gonna accidentally get the possessed ending. You have to make a very specific choice in the confessional. And intentionally take damage and kill enemies. 4, I mean, you either cleanse the apartment or don't. And you either save Eileen or don't. That's the only variance. You could possibly hand wave it that James's mental state stains Silent Hill enough to leave Pyramid Head. It's a bit of a shit explanation, though. It's not so much that his psyche leaves like a mental stain or anything like that. The explanation that a lot of fans try to give for Pyramid Head making appearances in, say, Homecoming or the movie is usually there is a Pyramid Head painting. There is a painting of Pyramid Head in the Historical Society. The reason that James sees Pyramid Head the way that he is because he's seen that painting when he was there with Mary on vacation. So the theory is that anybody could have gone to Silent Hill, gone to the Historical Society, seen that painting, and manifest their own guilt monster. I just think it's lazy fan pandering because that's what it is. That's why Pyramid Head's in the movie. That's why he's in Homecoming and literally does nothing. It's not for any real reason. Those are non-canon entries to the overall Silent Hill lore, and they only exist for pandering to fans. That's it. All right. So there's something written on this desk. First lies the seat of he who is peerless, silent and empty, heartless and fearless. Beside him sits one who knows the place of the servant is next to the throne. Dozens of feet, yet not a single toe, the one that is hidden beside him doth go. Seducer of dreams, creature of Hades, lying further from man and closer to lady. Man and woman seeing all, heedless to the raven's call. Silent and hidden the two may be, they be not there for you to see. Return them to whence they would be, and blessings shall descend on thee. I speak thus with the North Star behind me. The birth of the sun is the start of the story. There's a line of 5 1-inch round depressions set into the table. So we have 5 slots, 3 coins, and a puzzle to solve. And the 3 coins, once again, are a snake, an old man, and a prisoner that is a woman. So to break this down really quickly, first lies the seat of he who is peerless, silent, and empty. Notice that silent is capitalized. Heartless and fearless. So keep this in mind. Silent is the first seat, the first slot. Beside him sits one who knows the place of the servant is next to the throne. This would sort of insinuate that somebody with old ways of thinking, that the place of the servant is next to the throne, which would be the old man. So we've got silent and empty as the first slot, and then the old man. Dozens of feet, yet not a single toe, which is a reference to the snake. Dozens of feet in length, but not a single toe. The one that is hidden, once again hidden, is capitalized, similar to silent. beside him doth go. So there is a snake and a empty spot next to it, but we don't know in which order. Creature of Hades, seducer of dreams, creature of Hades, lying further from man and closer to lady. So it's, again, we don't know the exact position yet, but it will be further from the old man coin and closer to lady, which would be the prisoner coin. Man and woman, seeing all, heedless to the raven's call. So man and woman seeing all implies that the old man is facing right in the image of the coin, and the woman the prisoner is facing left. So the snake coin will be somewhere between the two. Heedless to the raven's call, silent and hidden, the two capitalized words. The two may be, they be not there for you to see. This is your hint that the reference to the silent spot and the hidden spot are supposed to be empty. Return them to whence they would be, and blessing shall descend on thee. Solve the puzzle and get the thing. I speak thus with the North Star behind me. The birth of the sun is the start of the story. So, sun rises in the east and sets in the west. You would typically, looking at a compass, view east as being to the right. However, if the North Star is behind you and you're facing south, that would make east to your left, meaning the birth of the sun is the start of the story. Left to right is the order that the coins are to be placed. So we've got that. Let me make sure I didn't just soft lock my game by quick saving on accident and then opening the menu, which can sometimes happen, but it didn't. So perfect. We now know the solution for this puzzle. However, before I go into the solution for it, I'm going to go over an Easter egg with these coins. If you examine each of these coins, you can see that there is some writing around the edge of the coin. It almost looks like a Greek writing. But in actuality, this is just a font. It's a common font that uses Greek symbols called symbol font. And if you look at the writing that's on the old man coin and the snake coin, it's identical. However, the writing on the prisoner coin looks different. This is still symbol font. This is what it looks like in lowercase. And this is what it looks like in uppercase. So, let me... Hopefully the game doesn't crash while I try to pull up Notepad and show this. Okay. So I've got my notepad open here. And I'm going to set my font over to symbol font. And I'm going to type out this message. It starts in the top left at like 11 o'clock and then goes clockwise around the coin. So it looks like this. Wait. Sorry, it does not start in the top left. It starts at the far left, like down a little bit. I guess that'd be like 7 o'clock. This word. No. this word. Sorry, it's been a little bit. There it is. So that's the text that we see around the snake coin and the old man coin. If we take this series of words that I typed out and switch it to a different font where we can see what was typed, you get this message. Tugiha, Eiichi, Toshiko, Rinta, Asama, Zate. Tugiha is a little bit of a mistranslation when writing Japanese and English. The symbol for tu can also be written out as or pronounced as tsu, and ha can also be written out and pronounced as wa. So this first word would actually be tsugiwa, or this first phrase would be tsugiwa. Tsugiwa meaning in Japanese, essentially up next is. So it's like presenting a list of people. And that is exactly what this is. It's a list of names. Eiichi, Toshiko, Rinta, Asama, and Zate are the names of several of the people who were developers on this game. The most notable out of all of these developers is Eiichi. Eiichi Ito is the item designer. He's the one who designed these coins. So he is the one who is responsible for this Easter egg. So this is the message that's hidden on the snake coin and old man coin. So I'm going to switch this back over to symbol font. I'm going to put it in lowercase. And we're going to instead look at the prisoner coin. So this starts at the very top of the coin, 12 o'clock, and goes around clockwise. And you can see this is the message that's actually around the edge of the coin. And as said, you can see it's the exact same font, it's the exact same symbols. I'm just using a regular Windows 7 notepad symbol font. Take this, switch the font over to something normal, and you can see what was typed. Again, it's in Japanese. Tatsuki ga kyonen no junigatsu ni umaremashita. This translates to Tatsuki was born in December of last year. So this is a little Easter egg as a shout out for somebody on the development team who had a son during the development of this game named Tatsuki. So there you go. The mystery of the text around the edges of the coins. A couple of interesting little developer Easter eggs from Eiichi Ito. Nothing really significant to like the game and the story, but definitely a really cool Easter egg that's pretty damn abstract that not a lot of people know about. So I love sharing that with people whenever I get a chance. Alright, so now to actually solve the puzzle. First was the seat of he who is peerless, silent, and empty, so no coin here. Next was the seat of someone who knows the place of a servant is next to the throne. Old ways of thinking, this is the old man. Man and woman seeing all. So we know that the prisoner needs to be seeing all, facing the man. So all the way to the right. And creature of Hades lying further from man and closer to lady would be the snake coin, further from man and closer to lady. And so it opens, and we get the Linehouse key. Another little bit of an Easter egg there, a reference, I suppose. The name of the key, the Linehouse key, is a reference to Adrian Lyne, who is the director of Jacob's Ladder. Again, we were talking about that at the beginning of the playthrough, that this game takes a lot of influence and inspiration from the film Jacob's Ladder, and this is kind of a little nod towards that. Since I've been streaming the Silent Hill games, has a viewer ever showed me something new? Absolutely. Absolutely. I've learned a lot through discussion and through streaming and people pointing me out to interesting little things, information online. It was a viewer that originally pointed me out towards some more information on those coins. I knew a little bit of it, but not as much as I was able to just explain there. So yeah, I mean, new stuff. There's always new little details and things to I think come across in these games. Considering just how much effort and how much detail there is, and how many different ways there are to interpret everything, it makes this a really good series for discussion among fans. Because people will always find new and different things to kind of share with each other. If a door is boarded up, it's probably hard to go through. Not unless you have a fire axe and you're playing Homecoming or Downpour. Japanese pronunciation's pretty good. Have you been studying for a while? I used to. When I was younger, I was really interested in Japanese culture and wanted to visit Japan. I've visited Japan now, but at the time, wanted to visit and wanted to learn the language, so I studied for a couple years. I'm not fluent by any stretch, but I know enough to not sound like a complete gaijin. Except for when I intentionally say words like that. Alright. So how many bullets? I can technically... Let's try to just dodge and save our ammo. It makes this take a lot longer, and it's kind of difficult on hard mode. And this is an instant death if I fail here, but... No, quick save! Ooh. Oh my god. I tried to quick turn and instead I backstepped. Rip. Welcome to the love room. That's alright. Luckily, saved right here. I can do this much easier by just shooting him and making him go away, but I'm gonna try to just dodge. Just because I can't remember the last time I did this way. Alright, here we go. Round 2. Let's go. Let's go. Pyramid Head jukes. Fuck. Wow, that does an instant kill on hard? I thought for sure that one does. Oh, he went for the grab. He's trying to give me this the tongue. I almost want to let him grab me just to show the tongue. Pyramid Head has a tongue. And it sticks out of his helmet and wiggles around. But you only really see it when he grabs you. Let me see if I can get him to do it. Oh, look at it! Being rude as fuck to old Pyramid Head? I know. I feel like I'm being a toxic survivor in Dead by Daylight. Just running back and forth. If only I could teabag. That's like the closest I can do. Oh wait, I guess I could do this. Oh, almost got me, Mr. Killer. Oh, again. Oh, maybe this time. Oh no. I'm just out of range. This goes for eternity? It takes a while. This is why you definitely want to shoot him when speedrunning. It's way faster to just do damage until he leaves. My keyboard! No! Oh my god, my wireless keyboard turned off. Oh no. That was the worst time. That was the worst time for my keyboard to decide to turn off and save battery. Alright, fuck it. I'm shooting him. Fuck you. S. Brown, I don't know what kind of drugs you're on, buddy, but you need to share. Every single one of your contributions to chat has been an absolute joy to read. So yeah, you can see that goes by much quicker if you just do damage. Time to meet that kid who stepped on our hand. And James is frozen over to the left. That's part of the widescreen mod, showing you things that are normally off screen.
You! It was you, wasn't it? You're the one who stepped on my hand.
I don't know. Maybe I did.
What's a little girl like you doing here anyway?
Huh? Are you blind or something?
What's that letter?
None of your business. You didn't love Mary anyway.
Wait! How do you know Mary's name?
So that's Laura. And Laura knows Mary. She knows Mary pretty well. So as we come to find out later, Laura is actually... or she was actually in the hospital with Mary. They wound up under the care of the same nurse and grew to know each other very well, became very close. So much so to the point that Mary even comments in a letter that she would have liked to have adopted Laura had she not been terminally ill. And the idea that Laura says these things like, you didn't love Mary anyway, gives us the impression that on her deathbed, Mary didn't always have nice things to say about James. That she had some very negative things to say, and would even go so far as to tell Laura that James doesn't love her. You want to talk about Fat Bear and Long Cat? We could talk about Fat Bear and Long Cat. There is a little bit to talk about. So I'll talk about it just for you, Space Devo. Laura likes bears and cats. And she may have drawn this. And later on we see that she draws a picture of a cat in the condensation on a window in the hotel. And we find out from Maria, especially in the sub-scenario, we get it confirmed that Laura likes bears. She's also playing with stuffed bears when you find her in Brookhaven. What about Misunderstood Flower Face? I don't know. That's a Undertale reference. This game obviously took a lot of inspiration from Undertale. So this is that park. Mary, are you here? So we're finally here, Rosewater Park. One of the potential special places between James and Mary. What's the deal with saving? Why the red paper? The red paper itself is supposed to symbolize a fragment of James's mind, a bit of his memory, and sort of the idea of all of these bits of memory kind of coming back to him to piece together the truth of why he's here and what happened. We see individual red pieces of paper throughout the game, and then towards the end, when he actually comes to terms with reality and the truth of what's happened, we see a collage of all of the red papers together, forming one large red paper save point, kind of indicating that his mind is returned, that he's aware of everything he's done and aware of kind of the truth, what's actually happening in reality. We've got statue here, Patrick Chester, son of Edward, fought and died for the people, for liberty, and for all of our tomorrows. His memory lives on. Some old war heroes from the Civil War. Considering Silent Hill dates back to the Civil War. Just a couple little points of interest, things that you can look at here. They didn't try to do anything like that with Silent Hill 1, because Silent Hill 1 was not it was not as deep of a psychological what is happening with the character's subconscious type of game. Silent Hill 1 was a psychological game in the fact that everything had to do with Alessa and her mind and her nightmare, but like Harry was completely oblivious to all of it. Silent Hill 1 didn't have anything to do with Harry's mind or his subconscious. This game was very unique to the Team Silent games in the way that it handled the meaning and all of the details and how it applies to not only the protagonist but also several of the other characters such as Eddie and Angela. Even though Silent Hill gets this stigma of being psychological horror, everything has something to do with the main character and their subconscious, and all of that comes from Silent Hill 2, and then every game after Silent Hill 4 that tried to copy Silent Hill 2 that formed that stigma. Because 1, 3, and 4 were not as psychologically involved as this one. It's more about learning the supernatural circumstances as to how everything is going on. In Silent Hill 1, you're learning about the cult, the ritual they're performing, what happened to Alessa, the birth of the god, what Alessa's doing to prevent it. You're learning about the supernatural circumstances surrounding the town. There are psychological elements, but it's not the main thing that you're learning in the game. In this game, it is. It's all things that these characters have been through, blocked out, and are rediscovering. So as you rediscover it, there are all these little hints to the psychological tells of what James did, what Angela did, what Eddie did. Fans complained that this game was such a drastic change in the way that it handled its storytelling and made it much more symbolic and psychological as compared to Silent Hill 1, which is why Team Silent went back to the cult for Silent Hill 3 and did a direct sequel to Silent Hill 1. Because this game was a very different take on psychological horror than what they'd established with Silent Hill 1. So with 3, they kind of went back to what they started with Silent Hill 1, and 4 is even a continuation of that, in the idea that it's Walter Sullivan, who was raised by the cult, performing a ritual to birth a god. It's essentially all the same events of Silent Hill 1, but through a very different telling. So, as said, it's really interesting that this series gets such a stigma for the way that it does its psychological horror and the way that it does its symbolism, when really Silent Hill 2 is the only one of the original games that did it at a notable level, where it's the majority of the way the game tells the story. And as said, then everything after 4 were Western developers who were just trying to capture Silent Hill 2, because by that point 2 was the absolute fan favorite, and all they wanted to do was capture that lightning in a bottle. They wanted that element of Silent Hill 2 in everything after 4. So that became everything from Origins onward. Main character who forgot something in their past, and they work out their interpersonal demons by going to Silent Hill. That's what happened to Travis. That's what happened to Alex. That's what happens for Cheryl in Shattered Memories. That's what happens for Murphy. Like, all they do is try to copy main character. Everything is symbolic to their subconscious, and they forgot why. Even though 1, 3, and 4 were totally different. Anyway, let's go meet Christina Aguilera.
Mary? No, you're not.
Do I look like your girlfriend?
No, my late wife. I can't believe it. You could be her twin. Your face, your voice, just your hair and clothes are different.
My name is Maria. I don't look like a ghost, do I? See? Feel how warm I am?
You're really not Mary.
I told you, I'm Maria.
Sorry. I was confused.
Where are you going?
I'm looking for Mary. Have you seen her?
Didn't you say she died?
Oh yeah, 3 years ago. But I got a letter from her. She says she was waiting in our special place.
And that's here? Anyway, I haven't seen her. Is this your only special place?
Well, there's the hotel too, I guess. The one on the lake? I wonder if it's still there.
The Lakeview Hotel? Yeah, it's still there. So, the hotel was your special place, huh? I'll bet it was. Don't get so mad. I was just joking. Anyway, it's not that way. It's this way.
You're coming with me?
You were gonna just leave me?
No, but...
With all these monsters around?
No, I just...
I'm all alone here. Everyone else is gone. I look like Mary, don't I? You loved her, right? Or maybe you hated her.
Don't be ridiculous.
So it's okay?
Yeah, fine.
Yeah, fine. So this is Maria. She is essentially Mary, but reborn in a way. She's Mary combined with James's subconscious sort of ideals and desires, all kind of rolled up into one. She's supposed to look nearly identical to Mary, but even in her actual model, the face is a little bit different. They have the same bone structure under the model, but their faces are a little bit different. So, like, they can make each other's face, but their natural expressions and face is not exactly the same. And when I mentioned Christina Aguilera, I wasn't joking. You can look that up. I might have a reference image still saved on here. Let me check. Damn it. Damn it. Crap. Nope. I don't have that saved anymore, but you can look it up. If you do a Google search for Nickelodeon 1999 Teen Choice Awards, Christina Aguilera, you can pull up an image that shows Christina Aguilera wearing almost this exact same outfit. Definitely the inspiration for Maria's clothing and overall look. In memory of the 67 who died of illness and now sleep beneath the lake. So people dying of illness in Silent Hill is kind of a thing. There was actually a plague that broke out, which was the reason that Brookhaven Hospital got built. Yes, James is wearing the same type of army jacket that Tim Robbins wears in Jacob's Ladder. That is correct. Throw our plague victims into our water. I mean, yeah, what else would you do? Here's an interesting statue. Another one that's got some words blocked out. Again, there's no way to unblock these, but you can dig around in the game files and see that this actually reads, "Victim of persecution by the Christians. Jennifer Carroll lived with pride and honor. What happened here shall never be forgotten." Persecuted, a victim of persecution by the Christians. So the interesting thing here is that Christians and pagans were the initial people who settled the area around Silent Hill and what became known as Silent Hill. Yet there was also a branch of those people who started realizing the spiritual nature of the place and the surrounding the town and the land surrounding the town, and started forming their own sort of sect of religion based around that, what would eventually become the cult, the order. So the idea of this Jennifer Carroll suffering persecution at the hand of Christians kind of gives a bit of implication to the history of early cult members being persecuted by the local Christian group, all the regular churchgoers that didn't approve of their blasphemous ways. I'm just gonna grab this health drink. See you later. Damn it. Can I link? Yeah, links are fine. You don't need permission. Go right ahead. Here's the link for Cheryl's book title, which is gibberish, implying the scene is in a dream. Just because a book title is gibberish doesn't necessarily imply a dream. Like, I can understand the logic behind it, but that's a bit of a stretch. Get Slimy with the Twitch Prime sub. Get Slimy, thank you so much for the support. Is the PC version better than PS2 version? It has its pros and cons. Higher rendering resolution. You can mod it to be widescreen. You can mod in higher quality cutscenes, which is what I've done. However, things like the fog don't look as good. The noise effect doesn't look as good. So I mean, there are things that are better, but there's also things that are worse. In the intro, it's not gibberish and says drawing book initially. Have I ever seen the old picture? Sorry, I can't click links and stuff, guys. So, like, I can't check anything that you guys are trying to link me to, but... sorry, Dr. Rockstar. I forgot the first part of your theory that went by there. Let me scroll up here. Just insinuating that when Harry picks up the drawing block, it's a dream. Because of the way that it's gibberish in-game. Again, what else... What would that infer? If that was a dream, what would that mean? How would that change things? Because I've played Silent Hill 1 a lot, and what's happening to Harry is happening in reality, with the exception of the intro. There's got to be more than just that. A book is written out normally and then gibberish when you find it in-game. That could be because the CG was rendered way before the in-game model was rendered, or vice versa, and they simply rendered it differently. Textures had to get compressed for the in-game thing, and so maybe they got messed up or shifted around. In fact, there are several instances where there is gibberish in textures and things in Silent Hill. There's a poster in Silent Hill 3 in Brookhaven that says, "Gonna beach in the sea." I don't think it's necessarily there to infer a dream state or anything. Like, if there was something else, like if there was more to it other than just the drawing book, Cheryl's drawing block, then I can understand it. But that's where, like, I feel fan theories start kind of going way too far out on a limb, is when you're trying to justify something that there's not hardly any other information for. Usually you've got a lot of hints towards something being the case, that you can kind of piece together, more than just the drawing block looking normal in a cutscene and then different in-game. Not saying you're incorrect, but it's a stretch. Gotta love... I love walking up here just to see those mannequins go flying over the rail. Talking about the CG, it's initially Ren served as drawing book. And then in the repeat intro, it's gibberish. So you mean, like, if you don't have any save files and you watch the intro to Silent Hill 1, for example, you see Jody Mason and Harry Mason in the cutscene, whereas once you finished the game and you do it again, it's the scene with Harry and Sybil from the Good Plus ending. So that intro You mean like when it shows Cheryl holding the book in the car, it changes from scene to scene? Okay. I actually never noticed that before, so I'll have to check that out. Again, I don't know if that's necessarily inferring a dream. Like, I don't know if that's necessarily inferring any information in the game, but it's an interesting catch, for sure. I never noticed.
I'll wait
Hey,
here.
Warburth.
I hate bowling.
I didn't come here to play, you know.
Hurry back, okay?
It seems pretty deliberate and subtle. Subtle for sure. I mean, I never noticed it. Deliberate, maybe, but I don't know. I would need some more info. And again, as to what it could infer to, that could be a million different things that you could interpret that as. And as said, I wouldn't jump immediately to the conclusion of dream, considering there's way more information supporting the idea that Harry driving into the town at that point is real. I mean, that was all part of why he came to Silent Hill. In the novelization and even in the play novel, it goes as far as explaining that Harry was depressed after his wife Jody died. Cheryl, under the influence of Dahlia Gillespie's spell, suggests to Harry to go to Silent Hill as a way of relaxation and getting past it. And that drive sequence and everything during the intro is, it's real. Like he did that. He was driving there. Once they got within the influence of Alessa was able to project herself in front of the car, stop Harry, take over the half of her soul that was Cheryl. As said, there's much more evidence supporting other things, that being real, as opposed to that one very subtle change in the intro. It seems like a big stretch.
So what'd you do? Robbery? Murder?
Nah, nothing like that.
Huh, you're just a gutless fatso.
What'd you have to say that for?
I thought you said the cops were after you.
No, I just ran because I was scared. I don't know what the cops are doing.
But if you did something bad, why don't you just say you were sorry? Well, I guess I run away a lot too.
It's no good. They wouldn't listen. Nobody will ever forgive me. Did you find the lady you're looking for? What's her name? Mary?
So, really quickly, I want to talk a little bit about Maria and how she hates bowling. Obviously, James is not here to bowl. They're not here to do that. But Maria still refuses to enter this building. This is one of the first hints that we get that Maria is not a real person. That she's a manifestation of the town. She's created from James's subconscious and Mary's memories, and put here intentionally as a way of reminding James of what he's done and sort of tormenting him in a way. However, because she's a manifestation, she won't appear the same to other people in the town. Just the same way Eddie tells us that he did not see Pyramid Head in the apartments, but he did still see some weird-looking monsters. Later on, we encounter the Abstract Daddy, another manifestation, in the same room as Angela. Angela sees that creature as her father, a human, Thomas Orozco, whereas we, never having met Thomas Orozco and seeing through James's eyes, see the creature that Thomas Orozco represents. So it's implied here that if Maria were to enter with James and be seen by Eddie and Laura, they would see her as something else, and the jig would be up.
Eddie?
Oh, you're...
James. We met in the apartment building?
Yeah, I remember. But...
Are you alone here, Eddie?
no.
Bye-bye.
Wait! Come back! Eddie, let's go after her.
Huh? Laura? But why?
Laura. Is that her name?
That's what she said.
This town is full of monsters. How can you sit there and eat pizza?
She said she was fine by herself. She said a fatso like me would just slow her down.
Forget you.
Forget you, Eddie. I'm just gonna listen to these sweet jams. This is one of my favorite fucking tracks in this game. Anybody know what it says on the underside of the pizza box lid? It says All Stars Pizza. And there is no All Stars Pizza in all of Silent Hill. There is an Andy's Pizza that you can find a billboard for. But no All Stars. Masahiro Ito actually commented on this on Twitter. Albeit a little bit jokingly. He just said it's a microwave pizza. Eddie just found a microwave pizza and ate that out of a delivery box. I don't know. But as said, Ito said it and immediately followed it up with, like, maybe. So, yeah, I think he was just joking.
Did a little girl run out of here?
Yeah, she was too fast for me. Aren't you gonna go after her?
Too fast for you, I bet. Silent Hill 1 doesn't really have any chill tunes like this. Not as many, but it still does. The intro... not the intro, but like the scene with Sybil when you wake up in the diner. That track is pretty similar with that bass line and that little bit of a jazzy drum track to it.
She went through there.
Is there any other way?
Yeah, there is. Right through there.
Yo, what's up, Bobby Ricks? What's the story behind the dog control room ending? Is it one of the creator's dogs? It was literally drawn out of a hat. All of the people who were working on Silent Hill wrote down their ideas for joke endings, and the fact that it was all organized and orchestrated by a dog was somebody on the development team's random entry that got selected to be the joke ending. It's not like a reference to anybody's dog or anything like that. It's literally just that was someone's idea for a joke ending. Some of the other possible things out of that we know about is I don't remember what all of them are. You can see a few of them if you dig around online where they talk about it in an interview. But one of them was like the sun. The sun was too bright was the explanation for everything that was happening. There was some really dumb ideas. I'm glad they settled on the dog ending. I mean, that in itself is kind of a dumb idea, but at least it's fun. It's kind of silly.
James, you can't make it through there.
You can get an extra little scene there if you examine that spot where Laura apparently squeezed through. And Maria tells you that you can't go through there. And the people who made the HD collection apparently forgot that you could do that because they forgot to put audio for that cutscene in the HD collection.
It's no good. It's locked.
So, little interesting note about that scene, opening the door, and Maria pulling the key out from her bra and stuff like that. The bit where James is kind of trying to peek over her shoulder while she pulls that key out from her shirt was apparently improvised initially by Guy Seehee, and when they were recording the motion capture. And he kind of did it jokingly, and the members of Team Silent liked it so much. They were like, no, let's keep that in. Let's actually use that. So I like that Guy Seehee was able to impart a lot of his own character and personality into James. It really made the character a little more unique and lifelike. I thought someone put gum in the lock. For the sub-scenario before all of this, yes, there's gum jammed in the lock, but for some reason it's mysteriously gone when you get here now. So I mentioned earlier some dialogue where James alludes to becoming alcoholic to deal with his depression, and this is that dialogue here. Liquor bottles. I don't need that right now. It's not that I don't drink. In fact, I drink a fair bit. To get away from the pain, the loneliness, but the drinking never changes anything. Anyway, I don't need it now. There's something that I have to do. So again, if we imagine back to the apartments, if that 6-pack of canned juice was actually some type of alcohol, and that got lost in translation, again, based on this information that we get here about James's drinking and the symbolism of James throwing away the cans of alcohol into the trash, kind of seems a little more deliberate and a little bit more like this is something that James relied on as a crutch to avoid having to deal with the truth, avoid having to deal with the pain and the loneliness. But now that he's here in Silent Hill, now that he's facing up to his guilt, he doesn't need that alcohol anymore. And it's him actually discarding it in a physical sense. Remember discovering this dialogue after 10 playthroughs and being amazed? Yeah, same. There's a lot of little bits of dialogue and things like that in this game that, it took me so many playthroughs to notice. And as I said, I still, after all these years, will find the occasional small detail thing that I've overlooked. At this point, I really doubt there's any dialogue in the game that I haven't found or read, but there are still interesting little environmental details and things that sometimes I never noticed. I think it was sometime last year, there's a picture on an end table. It's nothing super significant, but there's a little photo on an end table next to one of the beds when you first enter Blue Creek Apartments through the window, through the broken fire escape window. That bed that you come out next to, if you angle the camera in just the right way, there's a little table next to it with a photograph on it. Again, doesn't appear to be anything specific or significant, but it's just like, I remember one time just messing around and rotating the camera and then seeing that and being like, hey, whoa, I never ever saw this little picture right here. So, I mean, there are still definitely details and stuff in this game that I've probably yet to come across, despite thousands of playthroughs at this point.
Over there!
So again, Laura does not see Maria. They're still a pretty far distance and around that corner as Laura enters Brookhaven. You can see the sign there. Brookhaven Hospital. Dead guy in front of TV, supposed to be James. Always thought it heavily implied his depression. Being so crippling he had contemplated suicide. Absolutely. And it's also just foreshadowing to James after watching the tape at the end of the game. Yeah, as Three Dog is explaining. So aside from like the obvious foreshadowing to that, but yes, it's absolutely supposed to be James sitting in the chair in front of the TV with static, dead, with the idea that that's one of many potential outcomes, James taking his own life. Are there two hospitals in Silent Hill, Alchemilla and Brookhaven? Is it just a matter of names? No. They are different hospitals. Alchemilla is in old Silent Hill. Brookhaven is in this area of Silent Hill. There's also more than two hospitals if you count, like, Origins added another hospital to old Silent Hill. Cedar Grove Sanitarium. So, like, yeah, they are separate hospitals. They're not the same hospital renamed. They also have completely different purposes. Alchemilla is... Brookhaven was originally a medical hospital when the plague broke out in Silent Hill. That was how it started. But it was eventually converted into a mental hospital when Alchemilla got built as the new medical hospital. Only just discovered the magical envelope store recently as well, yeah. Guess it's a post office? I mean, it's like a store, yeah, because there's an actual post office next to it. But again, it's one of those little details that's so easy to overlook if you're not, like, thoroughly exploring and literally looking at every little building and every sign, every little aspect of the town. Hey, Shiva. Alright, so we've got some notes here about the patients who were hospitalized here in Brookhaven. And I love going through these notes. They are ways of representing not only some of the characters or people who were here in Brookhaven, but each of the people that it mentions seem to have very similar... a lot of similarities to our three main characters, James, Angela, and Eddie. So we can see the comparison between them. We've got Jack Davis. He has attempted suicide 3 times in the past for reasons unknown. Although he's normally a model patient who follows doctors' and nurses' orders, he must be watched closely due to his past pattern of sudden and violent suicide attempts. This very much sounds like a description that would fit Angela. Normally, she's so out of it that she would be considered probably in a hospital setting, a model patient. However, sudden, violent suicide attempts and suicidal tendencies in general very much apply to Angela. Joseph Barkin, his illness seems to be rooted in the fact he believes he is guilty of causing his daughter's death. The symptoms suggest a psychotic break and paranoid delusions, normally calm, but has a tendency towards violence when excited. Very, very fitting description for James as well, where James's illness is rooted in the fact that he is guilty of causing his wife's death. He suffered a psychotic break on the way to Silent Hill to take his own life. He is normally calm, but has a tendency towards violence when excited. And we see that multiple times throughout the game. And then Joshua Lewis. History of hospitalization as well as numerous assault, battery, and other violent offenses. He has a strong persecution complex and a tendency to solve things through violence. Extreme caution necessary. Very fitting for Eddie. Eddie, who is known for being extremely violent. He solves his problems of people bullying him, even looking at him wrong, through killing them, shooting them, extreme violence. And yeah, again, we have three characters that are very, very parallel to our three main characters. And we get a little bit more information with Joseph. Joseph really does seem to be the main parallel to James that they focus on in Brookhaven here. So we'll get a little bit more into that as I get to the other notes about Joseph and when we check out the stuff that's in Joseph's room, because there's some interesting little bits of story and stuff to piece together there. We've got a typewritten memo here. The potential for this illness exists in all people, and under the right circumstances, any man or woman would be driven, like him, to the other side. Other side. The other side, perhaps, may not be the best way to phrase it. After all, there is no wall between here and there. It lies on the borders where reality and unreality intersect. It is a place both close and distant. This is by far my absolute favorite description for the other world throughout these games. The fact that it's even described by this doctor as, calling it another world or the other side isn't really the best way to phrase it. There's no wall between here and there. It's not simply another dimension or a purgatory or, a separate realm of existence. It is reality and unreality intersecting. It is reality being affected and changed by elements of unreality, elements of people's subconscious, abstract thoughts, feelings, ideas. Because that is really what it is. A lot of people just kind of, whatever, it's another dimension. Even the Western developed games kind of treat it as kind of a separate dimension. The movies treat it as a separate dimension, but this is really at its core what the other world is essentially established to be within the Team Silent games. This strange in-between area of reality and unreality. Some say it isn't even an illness. I cannot agree with them. I'm a doctor, not a philosopher or even a psychiatrist. But sometimes I have to ask myself this question. It's true that to us his imaginings are nothing but the inventions of a busy mind, but to him there simply is no other reality. Furthermore, he's happy there. So why, I ask myself, why in the name of healing him must we drag him painfully into the world of our own reality? And keep in mind, this is being written about Joseph as well. Another parallel to James, where James, he might not necessarily be happy in his false reality, his 3-year timeline where his wife died of illness. He might not necessarily be happy, but he's also not as guilt-ridden or depressed as he would be and as he becomes facing up to the truth of what he's actually done. And then something else is written by hand. I got the key from Joseph. It's probably the key to that box. So we got the purple bull key. A bull is drawn on it in purple. It was on the desk in the document room, and it can be combined. All right, I need to take a short break, stretch my legs, use the restroom, grab a drink. So I'm going to take a few minutes here. But I will be back, and then we will begin our trek through Brookhaven. But back in a few minutes. right. One sec here. Let me catch up on chat. Oh, yeah. You're probably thinking of Promise Reprise, which, yeah, it was used in the movie to be like Alessa's theme, but it's not actually anything to do with Alessa. I feel like Promise is the same. I feel about Promise the same as Yoshio says. I think of it as Angela's theme more than anyone else's, just because it's from when you meet her in the apartments. But yeah, the movie just it took music from all of the games and just kind of used it, however, without any real context. Ugh, excuse me. Ugh. There we go. Sorry. I had to get my caffeine. Gonna turn into a Grandpa Rick stream. Welcome back, Warbirth. Or wait, you're saying hi to Electric Bob. You're still here. Nice, Bobby Ricks. That's a pretty good deal. I mean, Origins. But the PS2 and Silent Hill 4 alone, totally worth. Snorting caffeine. Yeah, because that's what gives me soda belches. Is snorting pure caffeine. That's just how I react to it. Okay, I'm gonna actually... Oh no, quick save! Not allowed. Damn it. That's why I wanted to save. I was hoping I could squeeze past the nurse unharmed. Save a little bit of damage, but oh well. It's fine. There's a shotgun in the locker. It's mine now. It's like a photo of a couple down at the bottom of the locker. And a skirt with blood spattered on it.
Thanks. Ow!
What's wrong?
I just pricked myself.
Are you okay?
Yeah.
In Kuna, with the $5. Oh, dang it. Get out of here, window. Sorry, I'm trying to actually read it. Thank you for doing this stream. Silent Hill 2 is pretty much my all-time favorite game. Mine too. So I'm grateful you are giving us this tour into its inner workings. Of course, this is definitely like my favorite game of all games. There are some other games that I hold in very high regard, but I mean, people often ask, you know, you're on a desert island, you can only have one game. Silent Hill 2. Easy. Silent Hill 2. I absolutely love this game. So, I mean, it's a pleasure to go through it and kind of share everything that I've learned about it and how I feel about it and kind of my thoughts on it. And I feel like, again, the Silent Hill games are some of the best for fan discussion and for sharing like this. Just because there are so many things that are kind of left open to interpretation. There's so many different ways to interpret things, so many different little details that different people will notice. And it's one of those series that discussion and talk among fans is I think some of the most flavorful discussion that I've ever come across, for better or worse, but usually for the better. Sometimes exclamation SH4 skin. Anyway, there's something inside the pocket of the white lab jacket. Examination room key. That was back downstairs. I'll head that way in a bit. I just realized there's another girly poster behind Maria. Can I shove you out of the way? You're in the way of the tits. I'm trying to look at this poster of tits. Move your tits out of the way. Get out of there. Oh well, there's definitely another poster back there. Never really got too good of a look at it. Then there's this bikini poster on the locker. James will actually comment on it. This is no time to be looking at a stupid poster. Excuse me. We gotta go check out the examination room. Medical records on the desk. Nothing particularly interesting. Oh yeah, and this... I remember this little scene, like this area right here, was used in a, well, I guess lots of shots of Brookhaven, but this one in particular was used in a fan game. I'm trying to remember which one that was. It was the one, for those of you who remember the marathon when I was playing all the fan games at the end. It was the one with the really distorted, fucked up proportions with all the like 2D characters on like screenshot backgrounds from this game. I don't remember which one that was. Memo hanging on the refrigerator. Food only, do not store drugs. You can actually check that same fridge in Silent Hill 3, and there's a health drink in it. Alright, the PIN number this month is T. Last month, it was X. And before that, it was Z. But what are they going to do next month? That's all they can express with 4 numbers. Anyway, does the door to the patient wing really need to have its combination changed this often? Okay, can't go that way. Let's finish checking out the second floor now. Alright. I think I'm going to switch over to the old handgun. Some of these nurses are going to start getting in my way. Scattered paper, just plain white paper. And a typewriter. There's a typewriter here. I've got no use for this. This isn't Resident Evil. Wait a minute. What's this? There's a sheet of carbon paper still stuck in the typewriter. I can still read the imprint left on it. I know it. The secret. I'll give them something to deal with this demon. Shelter is of no use anymore. He is my instrument. He must follow my orders. Yes. The box will be useless. Now I must not forget it. 4218. That's good. He is the lowest now. I too will be free. and he will serve me. I'm a genius. No one can stop me. One can stop me. No one can stop me. Can stop. No. No. So we need that number for sure. And this is a psychotic message left behind by the deranged Joseph Barkin. Can't stop, won't stop. Can't stop. Can't stop the beat, I won't stop. Got the lapis key and some shotgun shells. An eye is carved into the top of the key. The iris part is made of a lapis lazuli. Go ahead and check this out first. Hey, Laron. Welcome back. That nurse is dead set on fucking up Maria. Of course. Of course I would miss and shoot her. There's like nothing I even need in that room. Whatever. Do I still need? All of it. Speed running time. Code should be the same. This is generated way before you even get here. Yep, 4218. Did I get the ammo? All right, third floor. Hey. So this is what we got the clue for from the examination room. This month, the password is T. So you actually need to draw the letter out, essentially the start and end of each line. So it would be the top line, starting at 1 and ending at 3, and then the line through the middle from 2 to 8.
James. Wait a minute. I'm kind of tired. It's just a hangover.
You should rest.
So comfy.
I'm gonna go look for her. For Laura. I'll be back as soon as I can.
So comfy. Just look at that comfy, sweat and piss-stained mattress.
I'll be okay soon. Did you find Laura? James, I want to ask you something. What if you can't find Mary? What will you do?
I haven't thought about that.
So this is where we first initially start getting the impression that Maria is basically just she's sort of mimicking a lot of Mary's life and the way that Mary was with James, in the sense of she's walking around with him. The two of them are, getting somewhat closer. James is, of course, somewhat attracted to her since she resembles Mary so much, combined with his desires for, a more sexually promiscuous wife that Mary couldn't be after her illness. But she's also starting to have the first few signs of Mary's illness. The coughing and the exhaustion. Obviously not really symptoms of a hangover, as she claims to be. She also takes medication, which is a little bit suspicious as well. But we got the roof key. Am I streaming again tonight / tomorrow? First of all, that is a hell of a typo to make, Bobby Ricks. I was about to be like, damn, Bobby, you've been here a long time. I've never seen you get racially insensitive. No, I will be streaming again tonight. I'll be doing a Silent Hill 3 story playthrough, probably around 11 p.m., starting around 11 p.m. Central Daylight Time. There's something on the floor. Is this a diary? So I mentioned earlier, going towards specific endings in this game, you can kind of gear the playthrough towards one ending or another based on certain things and that you do, and certain things that you look at, and the way that you kind of play the game. This is one of the optional notes where you're able to come and read this, totally optional. And reading this depressing note gears you a little more towards the in-water ending. May 9th, rain. Stared out the window all day. Peaceful here, nothing to do. Still not allowed to go outside. May 10th, still raining. Talked with the doctor a little. Would they have saved me if I didn't have a family to feed? I know I'm pathetic, weak. Not everyone can be strong. May 11th. Rain again. The meds made me feel sick today. If I'm only better when I'm drugged, then who am I anyway? May 12th. Rain as usual. I don't want to cause any more trouble for anyone, but I'm a bother either way. Can it really be such a sin to run instead of fight? There's also a typo there. Can it really be such a sin? Some people may say so, but they don't have to live in my shoes. It may be selfish, but it's what I want. It's too hard like this. It's just too hard. May 13th. It's clear outside. The doctors told me I've been released, that I've got to go home. The diary ends here. There are no more entries. What was the diary doing up here? So the same way we had the 3 patient records that somewhat acted as parallels between the patients here at Brookhaven and James, Angela, and Eddie, this diary and the patient who wrote this also bears a parallel to Mary, where she was hospitalized, she was terminally ill, and started getting to the point where she wanted to take her own life. And the only difference is Mary continued suffering until James took her life, whereas this patient chose to come up to the roof of Brookhaven, write their final diary entry, and then most likely jump to their death, which is why these fences are now in place and necessary to prevent any future patients from doing the same. The door won't open. Something's holding it closed from the other side. It won't open no matter how hard I try. Look at the way they lure you into this trap. There's a door over here. I guess I'll have to go check that out. Looks like the lock's broken. I can't open it. The metal net is rusty and falling apart. Looks like if I push hard, I could move it away. I think Pyramid Head's gonna push it for us. So you'll notice the damage indicator in the bottom right. Pyramid Head fucks your shit up when you get knocked from up there. And if we take a look at the map, you can see he's actually knocked us down into the special treatment room, which, if you would have tried to open it from this side, is actually locked. And you're actually 2 hits away from death here. No matter what your health is at when you start on the roof, you will always have 1 HP at this point. And like I said, because of the way health works and death works in this game, no matter how much an attack deals, you have to go to 0 and still be alive and then get hit again to die. So you're essentially 2 hits away from death after this. So you definitely want to heal up here, and you want to try to refrain from using healing items before going up to the roof. Because, again, no matter what your health is, it'll always go to 1 there. So it's kind of a waste of healing items. Something is written on the wall. If Joseph looks calm, he can be taken out of his cell. So again, this area is the special treatment room. It's essentially isolation padded rooms for individual patients. And this is where Joseph was taken to when he was not calm. And there's something written on the wall. 2493. Turn the numbers. Better not forget them, so I'll write them down here. The other one, my secret name. There is no Pyramid Head in Silent Hill 1. So we've got more messages from Joseph. We've picked up 2 keys. The lapis eye key, the purple bull key. We've also gotten 2 codes, 2 4-digit numerical codes. So now, this is Joseph Barkin's room. Remember, the file we read about Joseph says that he had a psychotic break due to the fact that he believed that he was guilty and responsible for his daughter's death. So here, there's something written on the wall. Luis, I'll take care of you forever. It's my destiny. So Luis was most likely Joseph Barkin's daughter who died, that he felt responsible for. But he still feels like he's taking care of her, or at least part of her. And the way that 4 is written out as the number 4 is a hint to the 4 codes, 2 keys, 2 codes, that you need to open this. Use the purple bull key, the lapis eye key, to remove those locks. And then we had 2 4-digit numbers. 2493. And 4218. How do you spell Joseph's last name? Barkin. B-A-R-K-I-N. There's nothing inside the box. No, I'm wrong. There are a few hairs inside. I got a piece of hair. So this hair, long brown hair that was in the box, most likely was Luis's hair, Joseph Barkin's daughter. And it was all he had left to remember her by. And so he protected it very, very thoroughly. There's something stuck in the drainage pipe. The hole is too small. I can't get my hand inside to reach it. Maybe if I had a long, narrow tool of some kind. And what am I going to do with this man's last, most precious memento? I'm going to stick a rusty needle on it and dip it in a gross drain in order to get a key. I got an elevator key. Take that, Joseph. Where's your precious heirloom now? It's not even in my inventory. I just left it in the drain. That's how much I care about Luis. I don't even know you. Can you pick that up, James? Thank you. We're gonna want those shotgun shells for this boss fight. 12, 6, some handgun. I'm at full health, got 3 and 8. Cool. This boss fight can be kind of a bitch on hard sometimes. Oh yeah, I mentioned earlier about Laura's love of bears. This is where we first see her kind of playing with like stuffed bears. It was also a stuffed bear that we found the bent needle in, strangely enough.
Laura?
Huh? You know my name?
Eddie told me.
That big fat blabbermouth.
How do you know about Mary?
What's the big deal?
Why can't you just tell me?
You gonna yell at me if I don't?
No, I won't.
I was friends with Mary. We met at the hospital. It was last year.
You liar! Laura,
Fine, don't believe me.
But last year, Mary was already... I'm sorry, Laura. Anyway, let's go. We can talk about this later. This is no place for a kid. There are all sorts of strange things around here. I can't believe you haven't even gotten a scratch on you.
Why should I? Wait, there's something I gotta get.
Later, okay?
But it's really important.
What is it?
A letter from Mary.
Huh?
I wanna go get it. Is that okay?
Yes, yes.
Come on, hurry up.
Is it in there?
Yeah, in the back.
What are you doing, Laura?
It's further back in the desk.
Laura! What are you doing?
Ha ha, I tricked you.
Open the door, Laura.
Why should I? I'm a liar, right? Want me to open it? Huh? Huh? Do ya? What's the magic word?
Laura?
Okay, I guess it won't open it. I think I'll just leave you like this.
You snotty little brat! Open up!
Why, you...
Laura?
You hurt me!
Get your smelly feet off me. Nope, bad time to reload. Syed, thank you for the 5 months in a row. Much appreciated. Thank you for the continued support. Oh yeah, and catching up on chat there, I just didn't want to talk over the cutscene. Laura is real. Laura is real. She doesn't see the monsters or the manifestations or anything like that because there is essentially nothing that she's done wrong in her life. There's no subconscious guilt or anything like that to manifest from. She's essentially young and pure, even though she's a brat. Hello, Ishimura. Jacob's Ladder inspired scene that gets shamelessly copied again for the intro of Silent Hill Homecoming. And we're outside. It started to rain. As you can see, we are in the sprawling large garden. Yep. I'm guessing the non-James characters are manifestations of James's personality isn't the popular theory in this channel. No, it's not. Personally, I feel there's too much evidence alluding to the fact that Angela, Eddie, and Laura are real and not manifestations, because we see the way real people interact with manifestations, and that is not how Maria interacts with things, whereas James, Angela, Eddie, they all react to things and they see manifestations in different ways the way real people would. Because if they were all manifestations, they would be interacting, I think, more often and in different ways. It's a common theory, don't get me wrong, I've heard it plenty of times, but there's just not enough evidence to support it. Well, nothing I need in there. No. Health drink in there, not worth it. I'll probably get smacked by the nurse just trying to get it. These are all locked. Hey, Ostrich. Definitely doing pretty good. Any night playing Silent Hill 2 is a good night. Hell, any night where I can get the PC version working and stream it is a good night. There's a piece of paper on the bed. I was locked up inside the basement's basement. It was so small and dark, and I was so afraid. I dropped my precious ring, but I will never, ever go back there. And over here, where we picked up those items, part of the wallpaper is torn. I can see something drawn on the wall beneath. Are those hands searching for something? Or are they just a sign of pain? I always enjoyed this particular line of dialogue because I feel it gives a interesting look into James's mind, because we get to kind of see how he interprets this artwork. The fact that he sees it as hands possibly searching for something or a sign of pain. Sign of pain wouldn't necessarily be something that my mind jumps to, but it does give you, as said, a bit of insight into kind of how James is thinking and interpreting things. So do the sequels after this have deepest lore, or does it get a bit more straightforward? 1 through 4 are all fairly complex, detailed stories. So yeah, I mean, they do have a lot of depth to them. After Silent Hill 4 is when things start getting really iffy. That was after Team Silent disbanded, and Konami passed it off to various Western developers to make the sequels after that, and those are all significantly less deep in their storytelling, and they're just in general pretty bad. Oh yeah, and the items that I picked up there. I got the basement storeroom key, which was the basement's basement, which was mentioned in that note. So we're going to have to go check out the basement. And I also picked up a dry cell battery. It's an ordinary dry cell battery, but specifically, it looks like it's the same type of battery as the flashlight. So if the flashlight stops working at any point, we've got a battery. There's something that looks like a refrigerator. Just try to open it. It's no good. The door is too heavy to open by myself. So we'll have to come back with someone else. Camera, if you would point forward so that I could avoid these nurses, that would be absolutely fantastic. Next stop, basement's basement, where someone dropped a precious ring. And some more shotgun shells. Let's go ahead and load those up. There's a shelf here. There are red handprints on the shelf. Three was great, but better than the OG. I mean, those are entirely just my personal rankings. And, I mean, I love Silent Hill 1 through 4. But, yeah, I consider 3 an improvement on a lot of things that were established in Silent Hill 1. The sound is tighter. The graphics are better. The story is very well told. It's a continuation of the story of Silent Hill 1, and I think it wraps it up pretty well. Yeah, I love 3. As I said, I love 1 as well, but I consider 3 a little bit better game. But it's hard to separate 1 and 3 because you really need to play them together for the best of the entirety of that story. You have to really play Silent Hill 1 and 3 together. So
James!
Mary? Oh, Maria. It's you. I thought you were... Sorry. Anyway, I'm glad you're alive.
Anyway? What do you mean, anyway? You don't sound very happy to see me. I was almost killed back there. Why didn't you try to save me? All you care about is that dead wife of yours. I've never been so scared in my whole life. You couldn't care less about me, could you?
No, I
Then
just...
stay with me. Don't ever leave me alone. You're supposed to take care of me. So, what about Laura? Did you find her?
Yeah, but... she ran away.
We've got to find her.
You really seem to care about her. Do you know her?
I've never met her before. I just feel sorry for her. She's all alone. And for some reason, I feel like it's up to me to protect her.
we get a lot of insight into Maria's character again now that she's reunited. First, we see some really drastic change in her tone and emotion. A lot of this is supposed to reflect the drastic shifts in Mary's tone and emotion when she was on her deathbed. She's also expressing a lot of feelings towards James and towards Laura that are genuinely Mary's feelings. The feeling that James is supposed to protect her, and the feeling that she feels a need to protect Laura. This is too scary. Can you play something else? I'm sorry, Tom Hewlett. You're just gonna have to deal with it. I got the copper ring. The ring left behind in the basement's basement. Found in the basement of the hospital, engraved with a picture of a spider. Let's see. And if you try going further up, this is blocked and locked. Blocked and locked. But now we've got Maria with us again. And because she is so big and strong, now we can open up the refrigerator. So let's head back there.
Correctly and receive the punishment. It all depends on you. And our lucky, or should I say unlucky challenger today is James. James Sunderland! Are you ready to play trick or treat? Okay, here's your first question. Merry-go-round, haunted house, coaster, Ferris wheel, and teacups. Silent Hill is home to a thrilling amusement park that both children and adults love. The question is, what is the name of this amusement park? 1. Fantasyland. 2. Silent Hill Amusement Park. 3. Lakeside Amusement Park. Okay, quickly on to question number 2. Silent Hill witnessed a gruesome murder a few years back. A brother and sister were playing in the road when they were attacked and chopped into pieces with an axe. Torn flesh, smashed bones, splattered blood, and finally, bitter tears. What a terrible tragedy. What a gruesome end to such innocent lives. Now the question, what was the name of the murderer who committed this vile act? 1. Walter Sullivan. 2. Scott Fairbanks. 3. Eric Dane. Now for our third and final question. South of the lake is a deserted old neighborhood called South Vale. From there to Palevale, the central resort area northwest of the lake, there's only one road you can take. Just one road, no more. The third and final question is, what is the name of that road? 1. Bachman Road. 2. Rindell Street. 3. Nathan Avenue. Well, that's the last of our questions. Have you got it all figured out? When you know the answers, head to the storeroom on the 3rd floor to collect your prizes. But be careful if you're wrong. Well then, everybody, thanks for tuning in. See you again sometime. Bye-bye.
What was that?
I don't know. And to a greater extent, I really don't know. I really don't know. I mean, it's such a bizarre, like, goofy thing to randomly throw that game show in on the elevator ride. I think that's just part of Team Silent's kind of weird humor coming through and kind of giving something a little more lighthearted weird to kind of break up all of the dark, grim, depressing weird. And Johnny, thank you for the 130 bits. What was that? Yeah, a little bit to kind of break the tension, it seems. Breaking the fourth wall, stop looking into the camera to answer the questions. That's my favorite thing to do there. What's up, Nicole, by the way? I see that you've been here for a little bit. I'm sorry I didn't say hi when you got here. A lot of people have been here for a bit. I'm sorry. It's hard to say hi to everybody and keep on top of everything I'm trying to remember and talk about with this game. Bet this is a fun part of the speed run. No, you run into the elevator, and skip the cutscene, and then you run out of the elevator. Notice me, Nub Pie. I notice you, Panda. But it's time to open up a fridge.
You can't open it?
Yeah, Maria, give me a hand here.
Come on. You're supposed to be the big man around here. How's a little girl like me supposed to help? What's this? Not very cute, is it? Here, James. You take it.
Thanks.
Thanks. Got the lead ring. Ring from the refrigerator. It's engraved with a disgusting, bloated face. Alright. Well, Time to take these rings back upstairs. There's a door that we've run past a couple times now. It's got 2 arms sticking out of it. And there's actually one of these rooms that's got a little bit of a hint towards what to do with the door. Jesus. If the nurses would chill. Skulls, thank you for the 5 bits. Gee, thanks. Thanks. I thought there was. Maybe it's further this way? I'm like not interacting with that one at all. Or that one. There. Handgun bullets. Ampule. The ampule is totally worth coming in here and getting. There's a scrap of paper on the ground. Just some doodle. Huh, something is written on it. She's an angel. No one knows. Only I can see the lady of the door. They cannot walk along her bridge of thread. They fall from the weight of their crimes. Like bloated and ugly corpses, their sins she devours them. Sin and sinner alike. She saves me. She's an angel. How come you haven't put James Thanks as a donation sound yet? I have. That's been my donation sound for a long time now. Although I have multiple donation sounds. There's a sound for $1 to $20. There's a sound for 20 to 50. There's a sound for 50 to 100. There's a sound for over 100. It's the same thing for bits. There's a sound for under 2,000, over 2,000, over 5,000, so on. Welcome back, Ostrich. You never ever have to apologize for leaving. Oh, can I? No quick save. That's what I thought. No quick save here either. Trying to think. The stairwell save point. Probably the closest. Oh yeah, let's go ahead and get the reward for the elevator quiz. I'm definitely gonna need it. Couldn't hurt. Just played in front of 350 people. Nice! I remember you telling me about your show. I hope it went well. So you can see Q1, Q2, Q3, question 1, question 2, question 3, and there was 3 options given for each question. That was the third answer, the first answer, and the third answer. Shotgun shells, ampules. Yes. Yes. Shotgun ammo and healing items. And I also still can't quick save here. Wait, there it is. Game saved. I don't know why it wasn't letting me. That'll work. Oops. Is that the note? There we go. There's a note on the ground. Inside is some kind of hard to read writing. I took the director's key, the one to the museum. I hid it behind the praying woman when I went out for the day trip. I picked it up, but I did not steal it. I'm not a criminal. What's up, Burger BB? I'm playing the PC version with a widescreen mod and higher resolution cutscenes. So the reason I was making sure to get a save is because this part sucks. Ampules make you puke up baby demon fetuses. No, they don't. No, they don't. That is... you're thinking of a glophatus, not ampules. Ampules are something totally different. So this part is very easy to die on. Or rather, it's very easy to get a game over on because Maria dies. Because she dies very quickly and Pyramid Head moves faster during this chase segment, and she dies very quickly on hard difficulty. So this can go wrong pretty easily. I need Maria to follow me quickly and make it to this part so that I can shoot. Oh my god! He got ahead of Maria. I don't even know how that works, but I'm gonna keep running. Look at him! Holy fuck! What is this speed? I've never seen this.
Open up!
So, I was talking earlier about how I've played this game literally thousands of times at this point. At least well over 1,000. Including story playthroughs, casual playthroughs, speedruns, everything since this game came out in 2001. And I still come across things that I've not seen. That is the first time I've seen Pyramid Head run ahead of Maria and go sprinting full speed at James. I don't think I've ever seen him move like that. Usually he goes about half that speed, which is still fast enough to catch Maria on a lot of the turns and corners. Like, I was ready for Maria to come running past that grate, and then Pyramid Head to come slowly behind her after that, and it gives you a chance to shoot him through that grate and slow him down while Maria catches up on the next turn. But somehow I got the bizarre luck that he got in front of Maria and was just like sprinting down the hallway. Hey, Frank. It's going good. Alright. He who is not bold enough to be stared at from across the abyss is not bold enough to stare into it himself. The truth can only be learned by marching forward. Follow the map. There's a letter and a wrench. So we've got a letter and a wrench. We've got a circled area in Rosewater Park. And then we have the Historical Society, in that order. Copied onto the map. There's Laura, walking around. No problem. Except that her model froze, because this is the widescreen hack for the PC version. And it shows you some things that are normally hidden when the game is in its proper 4:3 ratio. Such as Laura's model just kind of stopping there. But yeah, that's essentially there to show that Laura is able to walk around and she doesn't see the nightmare. She doesn't see the other world. She doesn't see the manifestations. It's just an empty town to her. Why is Laura here? She's here looking for Mary, the same reason that James is here. When Mary died, she left a letter to Laura. Laura, being a child, she didn't understand that when Mary said she's going to a quiet, beautiful place, Laura thought she meant Silent Hill. Mary meant she's dying. So Laura, mistakenly thinking that Mary is here, came here to look for her. Because she cares a lot about Mary. They were both put together. They stayed at the same hospital at the same time. They were cared for by the same nurse. It's possible they even shared a hospital room. So it's one of those situations where they became very close. So much so to the point where Laura herself is an orphan and Mary wanted to adopt her, but because of her terminal illness, never got an opportunity. Marie is dead. I couldn't protect her. Once again, I couldn't do anything to help. Laura's run off somewhere. Mary, what should I do? Are you really waiting somewhere for me? Or is this your way of taking revenge? But he doesn't quite say that. I'm gonna find Mary. It's the only thing I have left to hope for. I love that he sort of trails off. He doesn't quite want to accept to himself that Mary would be doing anything out of revenge. He's not quite at that point to realize what he's done. He's not accepting the truth yet. Yeah, Silent Hill 2 does not have a canonical ending. Yeah, Ciderman is right, actually. If you're going to consider any ending canonical, the closest you get is UFO ending, because there is a canon progression for Silent Hill 1 through 3 with all the UFO endings. Even though that's not, the main canon story, they do fit together. Why was Laura in the hospital in the first place? What illness? It never says. It never specifies anyone's illness. It doesn't specify Mary's. It doesn't specify Laura's. We don't know if Laura is still sick or if she got better and got released. We don't know if she ran away from the hospital and is still ill. All of that is left open. There's a memo lying on the sofa. I'll wait at Bar Neely's. So we're definitely going to go check that out. Silent Hill is still shitty and rusty, right? It's just a lot more Tetrisy in the other... Tetrisy in the other world. It's not nearly as bad. I mean, it is an abandoned town, so it's as bad as you would imagine an abandoned town would be, but it's not in the state that we see it in. Was I asked which Silent Hill is my favorite? Only about 1 million times, which is why I've got a command for it. Spoilers, it's this one. But you can type ! faves and see how I rank all of them. Johnny's already got you covered. Several people already got you covered. BOM is Book of Memories, the PlayStation Vita game. It's a top-down dungeon crawler on the PlayStation Vita. Can you guess why it's at the bottom of the list? Tom Hewlett wrote it. So it must be good. Or perhaps you are a fool. The truth usually betrays people. A part of that abyss is in the old society. And a part of that eternal enigma host is in my chat. Enigma, thank you so much for that beefy host. Welcome everybody coming over from Enigma's channel. We're about halfway through a Silent Hill 2 in-depth story playthrough, excuse me. Kick your feet up, relax, enjoy the dulcet tones and informative gameplay. But yeah, welcome everybody. The key to the society is in the park. At the foot of the praying woman, inside of the ground, inside of a box. To open it, I need a wrench. My patient buried it there. I knew, but did nothing. It made me uneasy to have such a thing near. I wasn't looking for the truth. I was looking for tranquility. I also saw that thing. I fled, but the museum was sealed as well. Now no one dares to approach that place. If you still do not wish to stop, James, I pray to the Lord to have mercy on your eternal soul. I love this. I love this point in the game. Things are just progressively getting more and more nightmarish. The town is pulling more and more from James's subconscious to affect the reality around him. And at this point, the town is directly communicating with him. It's not ambiguous notes that have parallels to people he's encountered. No, this names him. If you don't want to stop James, then I pray for the Lord to have mercy on your eternal soul. And we've also got a wrench. So the next stop is Rosewater Park. But there's a few things I want to do before that. I'm going to pick up some of these items that are along the street. And I'm going to go check out Bar Neely's. Neely's Bar. There it is. At Sanders and Neely. Hey, Azavar. Just wanted to say, lurk a lot in your streams, don't always say much. But I wanted to say I really love your broadcast, top quality stuff. Always enjoy my time here. Hey, I'm glad you're just enjoying it. And again, everybody who's here, who's been hanging out, everyone who came over with Enigma's host, and thank you again, Enigma, for that great host. For those of you who are here and not following an Eternal Enigma, you really should. He plays all the Silent Hill games. He plays a lot of stuff outside of the Silent Hill games. He speedruns Silent Hill 4, was former world record holder. Yeah, there's... I think... Were you... Yeah, at one point. But either way, he's a great guy, super entertaining. You should definitely give him a follow. But seriously, everybody who's just here hanging out, enjoying themselves, y'all make it worth it. And out of all the places on the internet that you could be spending time, I really appreciate that you choose to be here and spend it with me. It means a lot. So thank you, everybody. All right. There was a hole here. It's gone now. I feel like this became one of the more infamous notes that you can find in these games. Yo, Genie Bean with the 6 months. Genie, thank you so much for the continued support. Much love and welcome back. But this wound up becoming like a very infamous note throughout the series and among the fans, I should say. This is the only thing where it's really mentioned or used, but I feel like the reason... David, you pretty much hit the nail on the head there. What does it mean? I don't know. It could mean a lot of different things. And I feel like this sort of encapsulates a lot of the story and a lot of the elements of Silent Hill, which are elements of the unknown. There are lots and lots of details, lots of story points, lots of information on our characters, information in the environments and the notes and the things that we can learn through consecutive playthroughs and analysis. But there are still lots and lots of elements of these games that are left intentionally open, ambiguous, and out for discussion. And I feel like this kind of encapsulates all of those ideas into one very simple, abstract message. And then there's this message. If you really want to see Mary, you should just die. But you might be heading to a different place than Mary, James. Again, the instances of the town just directly communicating to James now. Another James corpse. His model. The face all mutilated. Again, symbolic of James's subconscious desire for death and his suicidal nature over the guilt that he feels. Yeah, I figured I'd get smacked for picking that up. Hey, Templar. you think it would be better if you didn't get the pop-up text and you'd have to turn the camera to read those 2 messages? I don't think it would necessarily enhance the overall message. And I don't think having the subtitles there necessarily takes anything away from it. This is Jack's Inn, the Silent Hill Motel in this part of town. This is actually where Heather and Douglas stay when they drive to Silent Hill in Silent Hill 3. This is their room. Come over here, nurse. Come over here so I can pick up those items. Alright, so I'm going over to the spot on the map that got marked after Letter and Wrench. This is it. We were actually here earlier. This is the statue of Jennifer Carroll. Again, one of the early cult members who was persecuted and likely put to death by the Christians of Silent Hill. And it goes to show how much influence the cult has on the town now, given that there's a statue to sort of honor Jennifer Carroll. The ground is raised up only here. Could there be something under here? Dig. You steal men's souls and make them your slaves. The small metal box is fastened by bolts. You can't open the lid. Good thing we got a wrench. Hey, what's up, Yoba? Got the old bronze key. So that is our key to the Historical Society. An antique-looking bronze key hidden behind one of the statues lined up in the park. So on to our last marker on the map, the Historical Society. Spooky Town's like, hey, you're going through hell. Here's a wrench if you want to keep going, though. I mean, it didn't say that. It says if he keeps doing what he's doing, he might die and go to a different place than Mary. But yeah, it still is like foreboding message, but also here's what you need to progress. Yes, I like that it makes you wait such a long time before you use the battery, to the point where you kind of forget you have it. So by the time you get to the part where your light stops working and you have to replace it, a lot of new players and people who play this for the first time will get stuck for a bit trying to figure out like what to do, what they need, not realizing that they've already had it since the hospital. Here we are. Silent Hill Historical Society. Before I go in, over here where I grabbed that med kit, we can see this is the Boats to Lakeside Amusement Park and Lakeview Hotel. So we don't get to go to the amusement park in this game, even though you do get to in 1 and 3. But the Lakeview Hotel is like right next to it. So this is the closest we get to the section of town that Silent Hill 1 takes place in, is when we cross this lake, cross Toluca Lake over to the side where the Lakeview Hotel is. Oh, a couple little cool details here. This picture is a photo of the roof where you actually fight the final boss. Foreshadowing. Again, there's a lot of foreshadowing, both blatant and subtle, throughout this game. Probably used to be a painting here. Only the explanation remains. Waterfront landscape. Alan Smith, date of birth and death unknown. A scene of this area from long ago. From the style, it looks like it was done sometime around 1820. There were a lot fewer people then, and only a handful of buildings. Lore. Misty day remains the judgment. It's him. Triangle face. So this is the origin of Pyramid Head right here, this painting. Apparently this painting exists in the real world as well. Masahiro Ito commented on this on Twitter, saying that Pyramid Head appears to James in this form because James remembers this painting of an executioner from his visit to the Historical Society when he was here on vacation with Mary. There's nothing useful written on them. Great. Nothing particularly special about the photograph. Awesome. A photo is hanging here. Brookhaven Hospital, 1880. This hospital was built in response to a great plague that followed a wave of immigration to this area. It was originally little more than a shack, but it gradually grew and grew. So a little bit of history on the town, the plague, a wave of immigration before the plague started, the reason for Brookhaven being built. A photo of the director of the old Brookhaven Hospital. Looks like he was a famous person in town. And a photo of a deep, deep hole. What could this be? Foreshadowing of a hole that we're about to go jump in. And nothing. And nothing. This seemingly endless hallway. along with those sounds, there's a lot of ambient tones there with like the sound of like a boat horn or like a foghorn going off. As you descend further and further down here. And is he going down steps or just a corridor? It looks like a corridor more than steps. And at this point, I mentioned kind of like reality is getting more and more distorted as time goes on, as James spends time here, as he starts slowly coming to terms with things that are happening. The town itself is also affecting reality and affecting the characters in much more strong and abstract ways. And up until this point, we've been visiting places that are essentially still in the town. They're just abandoned, and we're seeing these nightmarish versions of them. But at this point, we're descending into places that don't exist anymore in Silent Hill, such as this prison from the 1800s. And at this point, it's essentially used as a setting to simply represent the descent further and further into the subconscious of our main characters, James, Angela, and Eddie. So we're seeing more and more sort of glimpses into Eddie's nightmare, into Angela's nightmare. Those are going to start cropping up here, as well as I said, a much more nonsensical sort of part of reality that all of this is taking place in now. I mean, reality was already distorted before, but even more so now. September 11th, 1820. Prisoner number C221. Can't read the rest. What is this? So you can see our info that this is the prison as it is in 1820. Well, not as it is, but a nightmarish version of it. Why is Angela here if she's already a victim? What do you mean? Angela's here for the same reason that Eddie and James are here. They killed someone or something. A photo is hanging here. Toluca Prison Camp. Built during the Civil War, later became Toluca Prison. Photos hanging here. Death by skewering. An execution at the prison. Death by skewering or strangling to choose his death is the prisoner's last taste of freedom. So, this gives a little bit of insight into some of the ways that, and some of the other parallels that are being drawn. Death by skewering or strangling. And when we think about Mary dying by suffocation, and we've already seen Maria die by skewering, so there are parallels there. Another painting, Crimson and White Banquet for the Gods. So this is a reference to a New Game Plus ending, the Rebirth ending, and so a couple of the necessary items that you pick up in order to get that ending, which is a crimson book and a bottle of white liquid called White Chrism. And this is that painting we saw in the Historical Society of a deep, deep hole. Now we actually have to jump through it. The hole's dark and I can't see anything. Jump down. And we're in the bottom of a well. It's just a wall. It would be impossible to climb this. Have I played Eternal Darkness? Yes. I've actually streamed 3 full playthroughs over the last 2 years. And at some point I'll do a 4th in order to finish off the replays of the game and essentially the New Game Plus playthroughs on the 4th playthrough to get the true ending. And I've done that before, like, a long time ago, but yeah, I've played Eternal Darkness a lot. It's one of my favorite games. Just a wall. Just a wall. Just a wall. Wall. It's a wall. Still a wall. Just a wall. Huh. This is different. Just this spot here feels different than a normal wall. I wonder if I could somehow break it. So another thing that's kind of interesting when it comes to like speedrunning this game. So when you speedrun the PC version, there's a lot of glitches that you utilize to skip things. One of the biggest skips is towards the beginning of the game. You actually skip the first lying figure. You skip picking up the radio. More importantly, you skip picking up the wooden plank. And the wooden plank is the only melee weapon that this game forces you to have. The steel pipe is optional. The chainsaw is optional. We haven't gotten to the great knife yet. So at this point in the game, if you use the skip to skip the wooden plank and you don't pick up any other melee items, your run ends here. There's no way to shoot this wall to break it. You need a melee weapon. And if you don't have any in your inventory, you don't get to continue past this point. Could you go back to your car at any point in the game? How does it block you if you can't? No. As soon as you go through the door at the end of the pathway at the beginning of the game, James refuses to go back. If you try to go back through that gate, James will say, "There's no reason to go back. I'm going to look for Mary," and it locks you into the town from that point forward. So you can backtrack, but only so far. Only up to that gate. You can't go back to the graveyard where you met Angela. You can't go back to the rest stop in your car. Speaking of PC-only glitches, this is the bug room. You can use a glitch here to actually skip this room by duplicating this key. And essentially tricking the game into not locking this door, because right now you can just go in and out freely, but once you pick up this key, it triggers an event in the game. But if you quick save during that trigger and then quick load the game, it kind of breaks the game. It duplicates this key so that there's one on the ground and one in your inventory, and as long as there's one on the ground, you're free to leave this room. It doesn't lock on you. So you actually skip this in the PC speedrun. Obviously, I'm not going to do that for this. So I got the spiral writing key, and my flashlight has died. I press the switch, but nothing happens. So first, let me look at the key. Key with a slim 3-inch long cylinder attached. The cylinder is engraved with spiral writing. It says, "'Tis doubt which leadeth thee to purgatory." Great. Also, I've got that battery from the hospital, which perfectly fits my flashlight, and oh my god, there's bugs everywhere. And they are definitely doing damage to you gradually. now we have this code. And one of the real good reasons why I'm glad you can skip this on PC speedruns is because otherwise you have to deal with this RNG. This is totally random. It's randomized every time you play the game. There's no note or a hint or clue as to what the solution is. All you get is that there are 3 numbers that are more worn off on the pad that look like they've been used, and you have to find which combination of those 3 is the solution to the door. Nope. Nope. Actually, I'm going to try that one again because I might have clicked 2. Okay. I just wanted to be sure. Got it. So that was not ideal. Yes, there's only 6 combinations. So, like, if I was doing a console run, that would be pretty bad luck, taking that many guesses to try to get it. But as said, on a PC run, it's irrelevant, and on a story run, it's even more so irrelevant. But yes, it's only 6 combinations per thing, so there's only so many different ways you can arrange it. It doesn't take forever to work through all of them. But as said, it is randomized every time, so... it's not as simple as memorizing a solution or anything. So before I jump through this hole, take a minute and look at the perspective here. James is in the floor, facing the ceiling, where you can see the lights. The hole is actually a gate to a hallway, with the 2 doors on either side. So again, reality getting super fucking twisted and messed up now. Like, before it was like, sure, here's the hospital, and here's the hospital, but rustier and with more enemies. You know, more fucked up, but it's still the same hospital. Whereas here, it's like, which way is up, motherfucker? Like, it completely goes much more abstract and out the window here. It's pitch black beyond the door. I can't tell how far the blackness stretches. Down we go.
Killing a person ain't no big deal. Just put the gun to their head. Pow. You killed him? But it wasn't my fault. He made me do it.
Calm down, Eddie. Tell me what happened.
That guy, he had it coming. I didn't do anything. He just came after me. Besides, he was making fun of me with his eyes, like that other one.
Just for that, you killed him?
What do you mean, just for that?
Eddie, you can't just kill someone because of the way they looked at you.
Oh yeah? Why not? Till now I always let people walk all over me. Just like that stupid dog. He had it coming too.
Eddie?
I was just joking, James. He was dead when I got here, honest. Anyway, I gotta run.
You're going out there alone?
Yeah.
Eddie?
So creepy. I love Eddie's line deliveries there. how he kind of shifts back and forth between trying to sound normal in order to convince James and sort of slipping into his like psychotic way of talking. I was just joking, James. You know, like it's so creepy. And that last like yeah as he's walking out, get chills. Once again, we meet Eddie, and sure enough, there is a corpse. It is not James's model. This is, again, keeping in with the theme that every time we encounter Eddie, we come across these corpses of other people that Eddie has been killing along the way. And those are very distinct looking bodies as Eddie's victims, rather than James viewing his own subconscious guilt and desire for death in the corpses that resemble him. So at this point, again, we're starting to see little glimpses of Eddie's nightmare sort of intermixed with everything else that we're experiencing. And we also got the tablet of the gluttonous pig. Metal tablet with gluttonous pig drawn on one side, found in the dining room. A representation of Eddie. I love this painting.
There's Eddie's van again.
Yo, Maxi Lobes with the 6 months. A part of that nightmare is the fact that he finished the final piece of pizza on the way here. That jerk. Now he deserves to die. How's it going, Maxi? Thank you so much for the 6 months of support. And many more months before that. Appreciate it. But yeah, I really like this painting. It's literally just a painting of this room. It's the cafeteria tables and everything. It is just this. Recommend watching San Gillespie if you want to see the PC speedrun of this game. I mean, San Gillespie ran this at GDQ, and like, she's a good runner. She's knowledgeable. You can check the speedrun.com leaderboards, though. My times are better. I run this game, too. I run the whole series, so. But you should definitely check out San Gillespie's run at GDQ. Like, all the Silent Hill runs at GDQs are super solid. All of Techie's runs, Eternal Enigma's run of 4. They're all good. Definitely worth a watch. All people in the community who know these games super well. Oh, come on. My light was off. How can you even see me? Oh, actually, I want to kill you so I can talk about this stuff. No. This one. No, James. This one. No, James. The one that's out here attacking us. Oh, whatever. So the main thing I wanted to look at, we got these cult symbols, books scattered. He's coming back. God damn it. Get out of here. Just die. Alright. Books are scattered all over the bed and floor. On Sacrifice and the Art of Demon Summoning, Tome of the Seer, Feast of the Succubi, The Fallen Angels of Mercy and Favor, Guess I shouldn't worry about these too much. So that in itself is a little bit of a reference to the cult not really having a presence in this game. You don't really have to worry about these details too much, but it does help with kind of building the lore in the background, the history of the cult, the fact that in the 1800s there were cult members who were imprisoned here and still were reading up on cult materials and books, Black Magic from the Abyss, Resurrection of the Dead, Chronicle of Agrippa, Manuscript of the Iron Rings, and even this symbol on the wall almost looks like an earlier rendition of a similar symbol that we see in Silent Hill 3, the Halo of the Sun. And now I need to kill the ones in the cells. So we can go talk about the prisoner. How are you not dead? Thought he was gonna spit. Oh my god. No, you don't have to kick them. You can't kick the ones in these cells anyway. Alright. All the other enemies are dead. Notice the radio static has stopped. The radio static that indicates every other enemy in this game, except for the one that we can hear in this cell. You can see James even aims up at it. So it's not really an enemy, I don't think. It doesn't attack you, it doesn't do anything, and it doesn't set off the radio. There is no model, though. It's something completely invisible. And, furthermore, if you shoot it, it is also the most human-sounding thing that you can attack. Is it talking to you? It is repeating one word. Ritual. Ritual. And what's up, Nosember? Will I run Book of Memories soon? No, get out. To be honest, not a huge fan of speedruns. In-depth story playthroughs are what keep bringing me back. See, I like both. I like doing these the story playthroughs to share stuff and talk with people and just appreciate these games for what they are. But for somebody who's played them as much as I have, speedrunning is a fun way to kind of challenge myself as well as do something kind of semi-competitive with other members of the community just to keep it kind of fresh and fun. It's just another way of approaching it, but I can definitely understand. Speedruns and stuff like that are not for everybody. Alright. Didn't they redub the injury sound in the HD collection? Yes, but it wasn't intentional. They mixed up a lot of monster sound effects accidentally. Like, the HD collection's a fucking mess. Alright, have a good night, Skulls. Take it easy. Woman in Flight. Interesting painting. but this one over here is a little bit more relevant. 436 people at a recital. Actually, not that one. This one? No, where's the damn hitbox for it? No. I want to look at Burning Man. Thank you. This is Burning Man. It's not actually Burning Man. I've never been to Burning Man. I'd love to go. But I'm pretty sure this isn't it. Because this is the Lakeview Hotel. It is entirely the hotel. You can see the dock at the bottom, where you pull up, row up to it in the boat later on, and everything leading up to the hotel and the design of the hotel itself depicted as burning. It actually is a bit of a hint to what's actually happened to the hotel. Because when we get to the hotel, James doesn't see it for what it is. James is still suffering from his psychosis, and he sees the hotel as he remembers it from when he was here with Mary on vacation. He says it doesn't look like it's changed at all. But once he watches the tape and comes to terms with the truth, breaks through his psychosis, the hotel takes on its actual state. And in here, we also have picked up some other tablets. We just got the tablet of the oppressor, and a little bit before, we got the tablet of the seductress. The tablet of the seductress, I used to equate this with Maria, who would be the most obvious choice for seductress in the context of the game. But I changed my opinion on this as time went on, considering everything that points to Maria being a manifestation and everything here being somewhat related to James, Angela, or Eddie, the people who are real. This would actually make a bit more sense representing Angela, even though she was raped and abused. She wasn't intentionally a seductress, but it ties into that sexual abuse that she suffered at the hands of her father and brother. And then here we find the tablet of the oppressor, which depicts a man trying to strangle a woman, much as James tried to suffocate, or did suffocate, Mary. And the iron bar door is tightly closed. I can't force it open. This actually freaked me out pretty hard the first time I ever played this game. Because I thought I'd forgotten a key and somehow gotten softlock, like trapped in this cell. But once you examine it a few times, it lets you out. Will I do an in-depth view of Rule of Rose? That game is filled with Easter eggs and hints. I've only ever played Rule of Rose all the way through 3 times now. And I've streamed it twice, by the way, so feel free to hit me up with that sub in Kuna. But I'll definitely be playing it again at some point, streaming it more. But I've already done playthroughs of Rule of Rose on the channel. Like I said, I've streamed 2 full playthroughs. The thing is, the reason I do Silent Hill in-depth playthroughs the way that I do is because I have been a fan of these games. I've been playing them and talking about them with other people and discussing them and analyzing them since 1999. Since the first game came out. Ever since I was a kid, I was hooked on these games. I absolutely loved this series, and no other series, except for maybe Metal Gear Solid, even comes close to the amount of times I've played through it and the way that I understand it. So I can't just throw out an in-depth playthrough of Rule of Rose. It would take me years to understand any other games or series the way that I understand Silent Hill. So it's not likely I'll ever do any super in-depth playthroughs for anything other than Silent Hill or Metal Gear Solid, simply because I'm just not as informed on many other games. I've played them, I enjoy them, but it doesn't mean I've got the experience that I do with them the way I do with this game. Or this series in general. Probably already know this, but did you know if you go upstairs to the top floor where it's blocked off, you can hear Mary say, James. Yes, I've showed that many times. And I will show that when we get to the hotel. Getting ahead. You're getting ahead of me. I give you blood to atone for the 3 sins, is written on top of the painting. Beneath the painting are 3 square depressions. There are also 3 nooses at the top of this. 3 ropes hanging from the scaffold. Again, the idea that James, Angela, and Eddie all have committed crimes that are punishable by death in the time period of this prison. And we have our 3 tablets representing our 3 characters to insert. If you keep attacking Pyramid Head in the labyrinth, does he die? No. You cannot kill Pyramid Head. Ever. You don't kill Pyramid Head. Pyramid Head kills himself at the end of the last conflict with him. But to you or anyone else, to James, Pyramid Head is immortal. Did I play Haunting Grounds? I've played it, but I've never actually finished it. It's a really rare game, so I've never had a copy of it. I played maybe about half of it a long time ago. Maybe like 2006 or so. 2007. Actually, when did that game even come out? But yeah, it was, I mean, like a decade ago. Recently, I've gotten it working on emulator pretty decently, and my friend Jubes has been playing it a little bit. So, at some point, maybe October. October is when I spend the whole month playing all the horror games that are not Silent Hill. Because the rest of the year, I pretty much mostly focus on Silent Hill. So for October, it's like I try to get to other things. Resident Evil, which I don't stream very often. This time I'm going to try to get to games that I've never streamed at all before. So Haunting Ground is very likely. Resident Evil 7 is definite. Yeah, a lot of things. Got a lot of stuff planned. My favorite save point, prison toilet. I miss Jubes. So me and Jubes are probably going to start streaming stuff together again at some point. The main reason why I haven't been able to do that is I haven't had the audio set up for 2 people for a little while. My last mic that I was using, that I always used for our playthroughs, was sorry. The mic that I was using before was shorted out, and the mic that I replaced it with was just a cheap, quick replacement that wasn't very good for multiple people. And whenever I would do... The only other time I did a two-person stream was with Hirimi when we do Metal Gear Solid 5, and he brings his own mic and setup, whereas Jubes doesn't have that. So now I've got a new audio setup. I got my new mixer, my new microphones, and everything in today. So I can do multiplayer, multi-person setup. So I can start streaming stuff with Jubes again. Have I done Born from a Wish? Like, for this playthrough? Not yet. In general? Yeah, like, tons of times. Do I enjoy or ever played any of the Telltale series? I really love the Sam and Max games, like the old point and clicks and stuff. And I liked the Telltale Walking Dead games. Wolf Among Us was pretty good too. I only played the first, like, couple episodes of Batman. I need to finish that at some point. And I still need to finish Walking Dead Season 3. But overall, I like the Telltale stuff a lot. I didn't care about their, like, Minecraft or Tales from the Borderlands or any of that stuff, though. Did you get my Twitch message? Yes! And thank you so much, Bane, by the way, for clearing that stuff up. I thought I answered that earlier. Maybe I'm mistaken. There's a magazine here. I've never seen it before. It's probably a locally published magazine. So here we get a little bit of backstory to the Silent Hill arcade game. So just like how the article in this game about Walter Sullivan kind of was used to spin off into the Silent Hill 4 storyline, this article here was used to spin off into the Silent Hill arcade storyline when that game was being developed. Toluca Lake, the town's main tourist attraction, this clear, beautiful lake has another side as well. It may seem like just a typical ghost story that you might find in any number of old towns across the country, but in this case the legend is true. On a fog-bound November day in 1918, the Little Baroness, a ship filled with tourists, failed to return to port. A newspaper article from back then simply says it most likely sunk for some reason. Despite an extensive police search, not a single fragment of the ship nor any of the 14 bodies of passengers or crew has ever been recovered to this day. In 1939, an even stranger incident occurred. There are many pages torn out. So that stranger incident, where all those pages are torn out, that's where Silent Hill the arcade happens. Many corpses rest at the bottom of this lake. Their bony hands reach up towards the boats that pass overhead. Perhaps they reach for their comrades. Time to get the worst gun in the game, the hunting rifle. The hunting rifle was really good in Silent Hill 1, and they decided to make it kind of garbage in this. It's basically a worse shotgun. So, shotgun, at fairly close range, does pretty much the same damage that the rifle does. It holds 6 shots, and you can move while you have the weapon readied. Whereas with the hunting rifle, it only holds 4 shots. It's not significantly stronger than the shotgun. You're locked into place and can't move. You can only turn when aiming. And if you're too close to an enemy, see how the barrel sort of points up James sort of moves forward and pushes the barrel forward as well. If the barrel is clipping forward into an enemy, it can potentially miss at point blank range. So all in all, not a very good weapon in this game, sadly. How far into the game are you? About 3/4 of the way through. We're getting there. The last, segment of the game is coming up. There's a cover on the ground, but I can't open it. There's only a depression left where there was probably once a handle. Not going for a specific ending, just playing and seeing what we get. So of course I need to make a handle to open up this door, and how else would I do that other than using this lighter to melt this wax doll into the depression in the door, and then put this horseshoe in the wax and let the wax dry to make a handle. 'Cause what else would you do? Video games. There's something in the hole. It looks like it's all dismembered. No, I can't look anymore. A horrible smell is coming from the hole. That's what she said. The corpse smells nauseatingly of rotten flesh. Did that just move? Or was it only my imagination? I'd nope the fuck out of this room. So it's funny that you mentioned that, Panda, because I can remember my first time playing this game. I remember this room very well, because I opened this up and I thought that all of these were going to be lying figures that as soon as I started walking into the room would get up and start fighting me. I thought I would be trapped in this tiny room with a bunch of lying figures. So I was inching my way through this room I don't want it. And then it was nothing. I can very vividly remember that. This corpse into this hole. There's a hole in the floor. I can't see the bottom. How far does this thing go? Deeper and deeper into their subconscious, a more twisted reality. Another hole. Do I really have to drop through it? Yes. You have to. No choice. That eerie sound, yeah. That's a very just unsettling noise. And now we've jumped down 5 different holes, so why not take an elevator ride? For a minute. Straight downwards. Even further. As said, even in the nightmare worlds and everything, nightmare versions of Brookhaven and everywhere else we've been up to this point, the town and the otherworld versions of everything have still been relatively normal. The buildings made logical sense. And at this point, you are a nonsensical distance down. It has stopped making sense. And considering there were halls and places where perspectives were completely out of whack. This is very obviously meant to be not so much a physical place, but a manifested area by the town. All right. Time to run through the labyrinth. There's something very important I need to pick up over here. I love this camera angle when you first enter this room. This top-down view with the fan and, like, the chain link fence. And then you walk into the room and the camera switches. Hey, this is familiar. This is the backdrop behind Pyramid Head from the painting in the Historical Society. This is Pyramid Head's room. And sure enough, there's his great knife. As well as some shotgun ammo. What could this be used for? I don't want to even think about it. And this description on the Great Knife is the first time Pyramid Head is mentioned as Pyramid Head. Up until this point, he's just been that red pyramid thing. Massive weapon wielded by Pyramid Head. Hard to use, but lethal. It is very hard to use, and it's very slow. Slow to attack with. And it even slows down your movement. So, really quickly, I want to talk a little bit about, like, video game false rumors. Because this game came out in September of 2001. This was a time where false video game information was rampant. The internet was not the way that it is now, where everything can be fact-checked almost immediately. And most of the video game rumors and things that would circulate around were pretty dumb. But there were a few that I was honestly disappointed to test and find out weren't true. One of my favorite old rumors involving the Great Knife. It used to be rumored that if you turned your flashlight off and equipped the Great Knife and walked around with it in areas where there's enemies, they would think that you are Pyramid Head and run from you. They would actively move away from you if you did this. They wouldn't be able to tell who you are with your light off, and they would hear the knife scraping the ground and they would run. Yeah, it's totally fake. It's not true at all. I would have loved if that was a detail. That would have been amazing. I was so saddened to find out that was not true. There's also someone else down here. There he is! Oh god, he almost killed me. It's our friend Triangle Face. How am I doing, actually? I'm very close to death. Let's use one of these. All right, rotating face puzzle. So when you play this on easy or normal, this always has a set solution. on hard mode, it's random. So I just need to see which doors line up. Rumor said turn flashlight and radio off. I've tried it like every possible way. And it is absolutely false. I've tried it with the radio off. I've tried it in speedruns where I don't even have the radio in my inventory. And it doesn't work. Wait a minute. How did I fuck this up? Okay, this facing this way needs to be rotated down. So that's the green face. It's this way. Oh my god. This puzzle. It wouldn't be so annoying if you could at least look at this stuff a little easier. Was going to try it. Yeah, as said. I've tried all of those stupid rumors at some point or another, and I'm usually pretty thorough in my testing. Feel free to do testing and stuff on your own, because I'm not perfect. I can make mistakes and miss stuff, but that is how things get discovered sometimes. Oh my god, how do I keep managing to get it right here? The ambulance. I was talking about that during the Silent Hill 1 story playthrough. The ambulance ending. One of the oldest Silent Hill 1 rumors to exist. There we go. And it's weird because that rumor was around for a long time, and then it started to die off. Because people fucking figured out that it's complete bullshit. And then when YouTube became a thing, eventually someone edited together like a fan ambulance ending thing and completely revived that rumor. It's so fucking dumb.
You're alive! Maria, I thought that thing killed you. Are you hurt bad?
Not at all, silly.
Maria? That thing, it stabbed you. There was blood everywhere.
Stabbed me? What do you mean?
It chased us to the elevator, and then...
James, what are you talking about?
Just before! Don't you remember?
James, honey, did something happen to you? After we got separated in that long hallway? Are you confusing me with someone else? You were always so forgetful. Remember that time in the hotel?
Maria?
You said you took everything, but you forgot that videotape we made. I wonder if it's still there.
How do you know about that? Aren't you Maria?
I'm not your Mary.
So, you're Maria?
I am. If you want me to be.
All I want from you is an answer.
It doesn't matter who I am. I'm here for you, James. See? I'm real. Don't you want to touch me?
I don't know.
Come and get me. I can't do anything through these bars.
Okay. Stay right there. I'll be there soon.
Okay, first of all, bullshit. We can do plenty through those bars. Who's in prison now? I love how this cutscene is made so it looks like James is in prison too. You say in prison too, as though it's set up that Maria is the one in prison. But is she really, though? She's got a nice chair, a bed, a door. You don't typically have a door into a jail cell like that. I got here by spinning around a weird face puzzle and walking through the wall. Who's really the one behind the bars? Oh, did you look up that ambulance ending fan video? Yep. It's pretty awful. But that was all the community needed to start stirring that rumor around again. I'm gonna need a thing here. Oops. A shooty gun thing. Oh, that didn't even knock it down. There we go. Yeah. I got a gigantic knife, the great knife, but that wouldn't work for cutting a couple of flimsy wires. You gotta have wire cutters. Don't do that. Don't spit on me. That's gross. All right. So it has been a little bit, but we're about to learn about Angela. Any other crazy rumors? I mean, there was so many over the years, it's hard to keep track of them all. The ones I can remember testing the most were like the Pyramid Head knife one, the ambulance ending thing. There was another one with Silent Hill 1 where it was like in Midwich, if you go into the courtyard, clear out the enemies throughout the first floor of the school, and then re-enter the courtyard after doing like the old man puzzle, is some kind of thing where the some of the developers' names would show up on the screen in blood. That was one that I remember, and I said I tested out every possible method of doing the puzzle, clearing the courtyard, and doing everything in there, and of course none of it ever worked. It was all bullshit. And of course, once people were able to dig into game files and absolutely verify that stuff like that didn't exist. But before I start reading this note, give me 1 second. I'm going to go grab my game manual because it's got a bit of background info on Angela that is relevant to this newspaper I'm about to read. Okay. So in the game manual, you've got several pages giving background information on each of the characters. Most of it is nothing that you wouldn't already figure out in the game. But Angela gives a decent amount of backstory here. Angela Orozco, age unknown, occupation unknown. James first meets her in a cemetery, and from the beginning, there is something shadowy about her. Ever since childhood, she was convinced that she would never be happy. She ran away from home shortly after graduating from high school, but her father found her and dragged her back home. She ran away from home again, this time to Silent Hill, but now she is lost. So essentially, Angela graduated high school and tried to run away from home. She had lived in an abusive household. Her father and brother would beat and molest and rape her. Her mother would allow this to happen and go so far as to tell Angela that she deserved what happened to her. So Angela tried to run away from this life, this home. When she graduated, her father found her, dragged her back home, tried to rape her, and Angela fought back, this time killing him. And after doing this, ran away to Silent Hill. So now we're going to read a newspaper article about a murder. It's stained with blood, with something that looks like blood and is partially illegible. Again, there's no way to unlock or unblock these blocked out words and phrases, but people who have data mined the game have found what all this is, so I'll try to read it as best as I can from memories, since I'm not going to bother pulling up my notes for it. But for the people who ask, how do you know what this says behind the things? Yeah, there's no way to unlock it in the game itself. I just know it from data mined info. The body of a man, later identified as Thomas Orozco, lumberjack, age 39, was discovered in the front room, lying face up. The probable cause of death, was multiple stab wounds to the front of the neck and the left side of the torso, by a sharp-edged weapon. The estimated time of death was somewhere between 11 p.m. and 12:30 midnight. Due to signs of struggle in the room and the lack of a murder weapon, police are considering this a homicide and have opened a murder investigation. We know because of SH Wiki. The Silent Hill Wiki has so much, misinformation on it. To be fair, it's a lot better these days than it used to be, but it still has a lot of misinformation on it. And these were things that were data mined long before there was a Silent Hill Wiki established. Furthermore, given the fact that the cash in the room was untouched, Mr. Orozco had a history of drunkenness and violence, the police suspect that the motive was not robbery, but rather a crime of passion. So, again, the idea here being that Angela ran away from this abusive home. Her father found her, dragged her back home, tried to rape her. Angela fought back, stabbed him, killed him. There was, according to this newspaper, the murder weapon itself was never found. Angela gives us a knife when we meet her in the apartments. The blade is stained with something red. So, that is the way that everything kind of happened and brought Angela to this point. And now Angela's in a state of mind where she believes the only way that she can be at peace after all of this, after the life that she's had, is to kill her whole family and then kill herself. She's already killed her father, and there are allusions that she kills her brother as well, that we see later on. And allusions that she seeks to kill her mother, even though she never found her. Although it is possible that she's already dead, considering she also mentions in the cemetery, I thought my father and brother were here. So it's one of those things where it's like part of Angela's own psychosis that she's coming to terms with. I swear that's a thing. Yes, you're talking about, he goes by the screen name Alex Shepard. He was the main editor on the Silent Hill Wiki, and he was absolutely insane. He started posting anti-circumcision propaganda stuff all over the Silent Hill Wiki when people disagreed with his opinions, because they were opinions and shouldn't be on a fact-based wiki. But yeah, you can read up on that entire debacle with a command, sh4, like the number 4, skin. So, exclamation point, sh4 skin, if you want a link, and you can read all about that craziness. Newspapers are scattered all over the walls and floor. There seems to be nothing of interest. But this one has today's date. That's kind of strange. So, I mentioned before, we get to see instances where we understand the rules of the town's manifestations and how they appear to multiple people. Up until this point, I've been making it a point of showing that Maria is not real. She never is directly interacting with any other characters with the exception of James. I believe this is because she's a manifestation and because she would not be viewed as Maria from anybody else viewing her in the same proximity as James. And this next segment is sort of what establishes those rules and that is how things work. We're going to see a manifestation in the same room with James and Angela. Angela sees this manifestation as a human man, her father. We see this manifestation as a creature, the abstract daddy.
Daddy, don't!
Oh, there's a good shot of the attack. It's got like a gross slit underneath it. And it like noms your head. But I'll talk a little bit more about the symbolism of this room, which should be obvious after this scene.
Are you okay? Angela, relax.
Don't order me around!
I'm not trying to order you.
So what do you want then? Oh, I see. You're trying to be nice to me, right? I know what you're up to. It's always the same. You're only after one thing.
No, that's not true at all.
You don't have to lie. Go ahead and say it. Or you could just force me. Beat me up like you always did. You only care about yourself anyway. You disgusting pig.
Angela.
Don't touch me! You make me sick. You said your wife Mary was dead, right?
Yes. She was ill.
Liar! I know about you. You didn't want her around anymore. You probably found someone else.
That's ridiculous. I never.
Her dad raped her. Her father and brother both, yes. And I said I was just explaining all that in the previous room with the newspaper and everything leading up to this, if you missed it. But everything here is obviously symbolic of that abuse. And we'll start with the abstract daddy itself. The creature is a very small, female-looking humanoid being pinned down by a larger male humanoid. They are in what is supposed to represent a bed frame in between sheets of flesh. And then this entire room itself is flesh-like, with all of these holes and pistons going in and out. The pistons themselves are made to look metallic instead of flesh-like, to give the impression that they are foreign. And the idea that it's forced. But again, aside from just all the backgrounds we get on Angela from that newspaper in that scene, it's also a pretty important scene for establishing what manifestations appear like to multiple people. Which is pretty important, because there's very few situations where we see two people who are real interacting with the same manifestation. Okay, so we've got some bodies in here. We're not ready for that yet. We gotta check out this next room to figure this puzzle out. And before I get started on this puzzle, I'm gonna go ahead and take this opportunity for another break. This will probably be my... Actually, nah. Either way, I'm gonna take another break. I need a couple minutes here, use the restroom, grab a drink, stretch my legs. So I will be back in just a couple of minutes. And we will continue on with the Hanged Man puzzle. So stick around. I'll be back in a few. All right. Azavar, thank you for the host. Rockstar, yeah. Silent Hill 2 is its own thing. As far as storyline continuity, only Silent Hill 1 and Silent Hill 3 are directly related. 3 is a direct sequel to Silent Hill 1. It takes place 17 years after the good or good plus ending of Silent Hill 1 and involves many of the same characters and people involved with the same things from Silent Hill 1. Whereas Silent Hill 2 is its own standalone story. Silent Hill 4 is its own standalone story. 2 and 4 have little references here and there to the other games, but they're not involved with the others as far as their plot goes. Have I recorded any other in-depth story playthroughs? I've done the whole series multiple times. For those who are new to the channel, by the way, I'm Nub. I've been doing this for since January of 2015. Speedrunning the games, doing in-depth story playthroughs. I've been doing this so long, like, there's not much at this point that I haven't done, outside of things that I just don't have the capability to play, like Book of Memories and PT. But I mean, I've done like everything, even the play novel and Silent Hill the arcade. I've got a YouTube channel. You can find more story playthroughs, one of my old 24-hour marathons, speed runs, all sorts of stuff. There's also plenty on my Twitch highlights, things like that. So yeah, there's plenty out there. But this whole week, I plan on just doing Silent Hill story playthroughs. Tonight, around 11 p.m. Central Daylight Time, I'll be doing Silent Hill 3. After that, the next day, I'll be doing the next night, I'll be doing Silent Hill 4, and so on and so forth. Just going through the series in release order. Sometimes I run into technical difficulties and stuff, and these streams get postponed. Like, originally I was going to stream this last night, but I was having issues with the game and had to reinstall it and fix a bunch of shit, so that got pushed to tonight. So follow me on Twitter. Usually best way to know when I'm going live and what I'm playing, if you want to keep up with it. And of course, follow the channel, and you'll get notifications when I'm going live. Anyway, let's solve this puzzle. Sorry I don't have a command for like my YouTube or anything. If you want to see a list of the commands so that you're not just wildly guessing, you can just type ! commands and see what there is. Some of them are disabled, so not all of them will work, but that'll at least give you an idea of what's available. And as far as finding out my YouTube and my Twitter, take a guess. It's NubZombie. It's NubZombie on YouTube. It's NubZombie on Twitter. Alright, so we've got a poem here. We've got a room with 6 nooses. And we've got a room with 6 bodies hanging from nooses. Poem reads, I do not wish to die, but tomorrow I will climb the 13 steps. Please, someone, answer me. Why must I die come the morning? The man imprisoned beside me believed me. Because they're all insane, that's why, he said. Of course I know his opinion will change nothing. Now you know why I struck out at them, he muttered. The man who was executed yesterday, the one who had said his job was to sell dreams, said that was not true. But the man who is to be executed the day after tomorrow for stealing children shouted back that it was true. The man who was hung today did not answer. They'll kill me either way, he said. He was caught embezzling public money, so he hasn't any hope for mercy. The man who's always quietly smiling to himself said, I am happy, for I will soon be with her. I do not wish to die. I long only to return home. But I know it is not to be. Though I have done nothing, this crime has been thrust upon me. Someone save me. This is not judgment. They are bloodthirsty, and I am their sacrificial lamb. One more sign here. Only the sinless one can help you here. Mistakenly pull on a criminal's rope, and your reward will be returned to you in a shape most wondrously strange. So we need to find the innocent man. And as cool as they make that getting it wrong sound, shape most wondrously strange, all it means is if you pull the wrong rope, lying figures will be in the hallway. And you have to deal with that. So, we need to find the innocent man. The person from the perspective who's writing this poem is the innocent man. So we need to figure out who they are by process of elimination. So we need to figure out what all the other people in the poem did to be guilty. So the man imprisoned beside me said, because they're all insane, now you know why I struck out at them. So this person assaulted or, struck out violently. The man who was executed yesterday said his job was to sell dreams. So that's a little bit ambiguous, but once we see the other room, we can narrow this down. The man to be executed the day after tomorrow for stealing children shouted back that it was true. So this is the kidnapper. The man who was hung today did not answer. They'll kill me either way, he said. He was embezzling public money, so we have the embezzler. The man, always quietly smiling to himself, said, I am happy, for I will soon be with her. This crazy son of a bitch is the murderer. So we've got each of these other criminals and a general idea of what they've done. And we need to find the one that is not mentioned in the poem, because whatever is left would be what the innocent man, the writer of the poem, actually did or got convicted of. So this person was hung for murder. We know it's not the murderer. This is the embezzler. We know it's not the embezzler. The kidnapper. We know it's not the kidnapper. The swindler. This could more or less be the person selling dreams. Bodily injury. The man who struck out at them. It's definitely not that one. And the counterfeiter. So the only thing that's ambiguous is the one who is selling dreams, and that definitely fits the swindler more so than the counterfeiter. So in this case, the counterfeiter is most likely the innocent man, who is located in the bottom right. No, I don't think future James Sunderland wrote that. Again, I think the way that these are written out, there are supposed to be parallels between these characters and our main characters, but I don't think that was literally written by James. There's a rope hanging from the ceiling. I always love the way this is angled, the way he's pulling the noose down almost like for himself. The prisoner is gone and left behind the key of the persecuted. Is the puzzle different in extra riddle mode? Yes. At some point I'll do an extra riddle mode playthrough, but I didn't have any completed game save files. I had to uninstall and reinstall this game about 6 fucking times, trying to get it stable and working with the widescreen mod and everything else, so... Oops. Already got this. But yeah, and in order to do the extra riddle playthrough, I need to finish the game on every current difficulty. So I need to finish it on easy, I need to finish it on normal, I need to finish it on hard, and then the next playthrough after that, on the same save file, I have to select hard action and hard riddle. That'll put it on extra riddle for only that playthrough. And then you have to play through hard again to do another playthrough after that for extra. So it's like, it requires multiple playthroughs, more than I'm going to be doing tonight. You can't turn the handle unless you first remove the handcuffs. We can do that. I'm assuming extra riddles is pull them in order. It's still just pull the correct one, but it changes what the correct one is, and it changes how vague the puzzle is, like the actual poem. Is there a war between Samael and Metatron going on in 1 and 3, and only Hezer with Aglaophatus can save the world? No. See, I can't tell if you're joking or not. Because some people will legitimately throw out crazy theories and stuff like that. And I'm just like, what games did you play? Like, what note did you read? What cutscene did you watch to come to a conclusion like this? Because, like, I point out my theories in the playthroughs that I do. I point out the notes and the situations and cutscenes where I pull my info from. Or I say, like, hey, I'm reading this out of the game manual. Anytime I see the crazy, like, Samael and Metatron, is there a war going on? I'm like, what? Walter Sullivan was circumcised. What? What are you smoking?
Maria? Maria? Maria, no! What happened to you? Why? Why?
There's nothing else for me in this room. There's nothing more that I can do here. I don't want to, but I'll have to just leave her here like this. Maria's dead again. And this time, she had some sort of disfigurement on her face. Very similar to the way that Mary started to look in the later stages of her illness. Maria ending it is? Are you kidding? Did you even see how many times during this playthrough I bumped into her? I even shot her once on accident and continued. Even doing everything else to go towards Maria ending, I don't think I'll get it at this rate. But sometimes, like, this game, it throws me for a curveball. And the ending I'm expecting to get is very different from the ending I do get. It's always a little bit of a surprise. Alright, so we've got some stuff to look at here. We've got 3 open graves. There's a name inscribed on the tombstone, James Sunderland. We can actually enter this one, but I'm not going to enter it just yet. Next to that, another tombstone, Angela Orozco. And another one here, Eddie Dombrowski. So, this is again one of those situations where this is, I believe, narrowing down who our real characters are. And the ones who are being essentially punished by the town. Laura's tombstone doesn't show up here because she's pure. She's just a kid. Whereas Eddie shot and killed a dog, shot and wounded a person, killed people manifestations on the way here. Angela murdered her father. James killed his wife. And don't forget our good friend, Walter Sullivan, who killed a whole fucking bunch of people. James lives is canon. There is no canonical ending to Silent Hill 2. For any of the endings in Silent Hill 2 to be canonical, there would have had to have been a game after this that continues the story and verifies this ending in some form. That's how we know Silent Hill 1 has a canonical ending of either the good or good plus ending, because in those endings, Harry escapes Silent Hill with the baby that grows up to be Heather for Silent Hill 3. The only difference between good and good plus is if Sybil makes it out with you, and Sybil's not mentioned at all in Silent Hill 3, alive or dead, so it could be either. But with 2, there's no follow-up to 2. There's nothing that verifies how this story ends. As said, UFO is the closest to a canon ending, because we see what happens, and we see the follow-up in the UFO ending of Silent Hill 3. Alright, I'm at full health, I've got a shotgun, I've got a great knife. Let's go talk to Eddie. Let's go see that real human being.
Eddie, what are you doing? What does it look like? He always busted my balls. You fat, disgusting piece of shit. You make me sick. Fat ass, you're nothing but a waste of skin. You're so ugly, even your mama don't love you. Well, maybe he was right. Maybe I am nothing but a fat, disgusting piece of shit. But you know what? It doesn't matter if you're smart, dumb, ugly, pretty. It's all the same once you're dead. And a corpse can't laugh. From now on, if anyone makes fun of me, I'll kill him. Just like that.
Eddie, have you gone nuts?
I knew it. You too. You're just like him, James.
Hey, I didn't mean anything.
Don't bother. I understand. You've been laughing at me all along, haven't you? Ever since we first met. I'll kill you, James!
This is all going wrong. This is all going wrong. I should have come into this fight with the sword equipped, so that I could do that. But for this next part, I want to use the shotgun. Okay, so this particular room and this sequence right here, I mentioned we're getting glimpses of Eddie's nightmare and little glimpses of Angela's nightmare. With Angela, we see the abstract daddy in the room, and little bits of sort of what she's been dealing with. Now we're seeing a little bit of what Eddie's been dealing with. He's been, quote unquote, tormented by these bullies, people looking at him with their eyes, and he's been killing them as his solution. Up until this point, every single victim of Eddie's has been a distinct body that does not look like James's corpse. There have been different bodies that we find scattered around that do look like James's corpse, that resemble him for the fact that it's the subconscious desire of James wanting to die as punishment for what he's done. And he sees that outcome in the corpses looking like him. But again, Eddie's corpses that he leaves behind have all been distinct and different. Now, looking at this room and these bodies, they're all James. We're seeing Eddie's nightmare and James's nightmare overlapping. James's subconscious desire for punishment, in that the bodies look like him, and Eddie's nightmare that they were tormenting him and that he killed, his reason for killing them.
Do you know what it does to you, James? When you're hated, picked on, spit on, just because of the way you look, after you've been laughed at your whole friggin' life. That's why I ran away after I killed the dog. Ran away like a scared little girl. Yeah, I killed that dog. It was fun. It tried to chew its own guts out. Finally died all curled up in a ball. Then he came after me. I shot him too, right in the leg. He cried more than the dog. He's gonna have a hard time playing football on what's left of that knee.
You think it's okay to kill people? You need help, Eddie.
Don't get all holy on me, James. This town called you too. You and me are the same. We're not like other people. Don't you know that? Let's party!
No. I didn't get Eddie into the cheese spot. What are you even aiming at, James? Yeah, you can cheese Eddie out here. Oh no, that was so close. If you get him in just the right spot, he will he'll just keep punching this meat right here. He'll just beat his meat all day while I shoot him with a shotgun. Camera. Let me see if he comes back over here. Or he can just run around and hide behind me. Are there corpses to Eddie people he killed? How did he find so many people in a dead town like Silent Hill? They're not real people. They're manifestations. Just the same way as the corpse that looked like James are not real people. They're created by the town to purposefully torment Eddie and drive him insane. All right, Eddie. I don't know what you're doing. Yeah. That was the cheese spot right at the very end. Take that, you human being.
Eddie? Eddie? I killed a human being. A human being. Mary. Did you really die 3 years ago?
How did Laura get to Silent Hill? It's never explicitly said. Again, that's why I would have loved a sub-scenario about Eddie and Laura and Angela much more than one about Maria. Because we know everything we need to know about Maria from the main game. But we don't know a lot of details about Eddie, Angela, and Laura. How they got here, where they live, where they come from. The most we can assume with Laura is at some point she may have ridden with Eddie. But even that is just speculation from like a 1.5-second clip from the intro where Eddie is sitting on the ground in front of a white van looking at a map and Laura kicks his foot. And that's it. Like, we don't know. We just don't know. She took the bus. What's the green fog about? The fog in general in that is just supposed to be to give the impression that it's very cold, as a meat locker would be. Considering Angela has a presence of fire in her nightmare, one might imagine that Eddie has the opposite, where it's a world of more extreme cold. Yes, I own a PlayStation 4. It took me forever to finally buy a PS4, but I got a PS4 a little while ago. I just heard like a super loud crash. I need to go check on this, you guys. I'm going to be right back. Okay. Just the cats knocking stuff down. What games do I have for PlayStation 4? Not a whole lot right now. I've got Bloodborne, Until Dawn, The Last of Us, a couple of the free PlayStation Plus games from the last couple months, like Downwell and so on and so forth. Nah, it's always cats. Don't have Uncharted. I just listed all the games I've got.
It's Eddie's van again.
Meep. Meep, thank you for the 6 months in a row. Thank you so much for the continued support. Much love. But I've never played a single Uncharted game in Fire Spirited. Sonic Mania when? Probably never. This place hasn't changed at all in 3 years. It has. James just can't tell yet. And as said, we already got a hint to what happened here when we went through the prison. We saw that painting titled Burning Man that depicted this place completely on fire. Got a Little Mermaid music box. Gonna need to go around and collect a couple music boxes. Waiting for you. What's this? Room 312. That's the room Mary and I stayed in. Mary, are you there? Or maybe... Got a hotel map for guests.
Did I scare you?
Yeah, you did.
You're here to find Mary, aren't you, James? Well, have you?
No. Is that why you're here too?
She's here, isn't she? If you know where she is, tell me. I'm tired of walking.
I wish I knew.
But she said it in her letter.
What letter?
Wanna read it? But don't tell Rachel, okay?
Who's Rachel?
She was our nurse. I took it from her locker.
Cider Man, you know the answer to that question, don't you? Unless you're asking someone else in chat. My dearest Laura. I'm not going to do the Plinkett voice. My dearest Laura, I'm leaving this letter with Rachel to give to you after I'm gone. I'm far away now, in a quiet, beautiful place. Please forgive me for not saying goodbye before I left. Be well, Laura. Don't be too hard on the sisters. And Laura, about James, I know you hate him because you think he isn't nice to me, but please give him a chance. It's true, he may be a little surly sometimes, and he doesn't laugh much, but underneath he's really a sweet person. Laura, I love you like my very own daughter. If things had worked out differently, I was hoping to adopt you. Happy 8th birthday, Laura. Your friend forever, Mary. So we get a lot of important information from this. We understand how close of a relationship Laura and Mary had. So much so to the point where Mary wanted to adopt Laura had things turned out better. And we also, this entire time, have been We've been under the impression, or James has been under the impression, that for 3 years, his wife has been dead. Mary died of the illness, and then he got the letter to come here and look for her. However, this letter is about to contradict his belief and start hinting at the true timeline, where Mary has not been dead for 3 years, and that she's only been dead for roughly a week. She wrote this letter while she was alive, wishing Laura happy birthday, a happy 8th birthday. So how old is Laura?
Laura, how old are you?
I turned 8 last week.
So, Mary couldn't have died 3 years ago. Could she really be here? Is this the quiet, beautiful place she was talking about?
Me and Mary talked a lot about Silent Hill. She even showed me all her pictures. She really wanted to come back. That's why I'm here. Maybe you'll get it if you see the other letter. The one Mary... Huh? I must have dropped it.
Laura!
I gotta find it.
Laura!
Oh, cool. We got the door glitch, where Laura just phased through the door and the door didn't actually open. I don't see that very often. Yes, Ciderman, I have gotten them all. I'm hard-pressed to think of any ending in any main series Silent Hill game that I have not shown at least once in a story playthrough at some point on this channel in the last 2.5 years. Including the rebirth ending of this game. I think the surprise ending in Downpour is like one of the only things I don't think I've ever shown on stream. But every other game I've done in-depth story playthroughs, I've shown all the endings of all the games, except for that. But yeah, this is where we get our information about Mary's death only having happened within the last week. We got our letter that's an actual letter that Mary gave to Laura, or left for Laura. And we had our own letter at the beginning of the game that we could open up and read at any point from the inventory. Let's take a look at it now. There's nothing written on the stationery. The letter from Mary, the one that told you to come to Silent Hill in the first place, it's not real. It was never real. That was never the reason that James came here to Silent Hill. It was what his psychosis made up as the excuse. The real reason that James was here was to take his own life. He put Mary's corpse in the back seat of his car, drove to Silent Hill, their special place, with the intention of taking his own life and being forever in death with his Mary. No, she didn't have the same sickness as Mary. She was just in the same hospital. There's never anything that ever explains why Laura is in the hospital. And again, I don't think she's dead. Like, Team Silent members have commented on that in interviews. People have asked before. There's enough information in the game to support Laura being real. She's alive. She's a real little girl. How do you find out Mary is in the car? That was essentially fan speculation for a long time. that eventually got confirmed by multiple members of Team Silent, including Masahiro Ito, as well as Guy Sihi, who verified it in a playthrough with Fungo. The common misconception was that Mary's body was in the trunk. The difference here is one of culture. In Western culture, we think of dead body in the trunk because that's what we see in media, mafia movies, and things like that. But in Japan, there is a practice known as murishinju, a type of ritual suicide where somebody who has lost or killed their family or loved ones takes their own life in order to be with them. And one of the common ways that was done in Japanese culture was they would put the corpses in the car with them and drive the car into a body of water, which is what James came here to do. How is Mary in the car? James killed her and put her corpse there. And again, this is stuff that was confirmed by people on the development team, so... Laura's walking around a burned hotel just like that. I mean, it's burned out, but it's empty. Like, there's no monsters, nothing like that. And it's not like it's completely burned down. We see the actual state of the hotel in a little bit after watching the VHS tape. I was going to come down here to grab thinner, but I changed my mind. Who are the other Team Silent guys besides Ito and Yamaoka? Google it. There's a lot of them. And I'm not going to just sit here and name off names. I'm sorry. That's way too many people involved with these games. I'd say, like, the main people are, like, Masashi Tsubiyama, Akira Yamaoka, Masahiro Ito, Hiroyuki Owaku. But there's a lot of people involved, obviously. And Team Silent members change from game to game. There's a piano here. I remember how much Mary liked to play the piano. She wasn't very good, but I still loved to hear her play. That was so long ago, before we were even married. Why am I thinking of that now? Again, we're coming pretty close to the end here. James is starting to figure more and more out about the truth. He's coming to terms more and more with the reality. This is why I think In Water ending is canon, regardless of if the game has a sequel. Then your definition of canon or canonical is incorrect. Just because there is an favorited ending by the people who developed the game, that does not make it canonical. Like, for something to be canonical, it has to be confirmed through another source. Like, there needs to be something else to support the information. Just because something is a favorite, like an ending or a theory or something is a favorite, even if it's by the developer or the people who wrote the game, the game is intentionally left open-ended. Okay, fish key. Got 204, key to room 204. James is now thinking about the Angela rape, which is why there's many dads walking around. Not true. There's many dads walking around because Angela's here too. By the way, the mini dads, the smaller abstract daddies here, are referred to as doormen. A lot of people speculate that those are supposed to be references to Angela's brother, given that it's a similar creature to the way that she saw, or the way that we saw Thomas Orozco, but slightly smaller. Okay. Exclamation point case. To pull up a list of all of the possible solutions to this briefcase. Normally, you solve this puzzle by going downstairs, picking up the thinner, and using the thinner on this photograph in order to reveal the password. All of the possible solutions to the case are listed there in the command. In a speed run, if you're going for world record here, you would guess the combination to this briefcase and hopefully get it within the first or second try. So let's see what we got. I'm going to try Mama. Nothing's on M or A. It's not Mama. Let's go Damn, Dark, Dose. Whoops. Lose. And by the way that I'm cycling through these, love is how essentially I do this during a speed run. You go up to the briefcase and I just cycle through all of the words as quickly as I can. There's a little bit more method to it than that, but it's a little complicated. Essentially, none of the dials will ever be on the letter by default of the solution. All of them need to be turned at least once. So, like, if you run up to the dial and this one starts on M, it's not going to be Mama, it's not going to be Mist. If the last one is E, it's not going to be Time, so on and so forth. Help. Nomadic Jam. Nice. Good call, Nomadic Jam. GG's. Call for help. That's 20 quid you owe me. Send me a direct message on Twitch. Not a whisper, but the actual Twitch message. Or you can send me an email to my contact email that's on the info page below the stream on my About Me thing. It's nubzombietwitch@gmail.com, I think. Contact me in one of those ways, Nomadic Jam, and I can help you out. I don't know about 20 quid, but I've got American dollar dues, and I would definitely give you a $20 Steam card. Or if you prefer, like, a $20 PlayStation Network card or Xbox Marketplace card, I can do that too. Congratulations. Now then. Just joking. I'm not, if you want to claim it. I haven't done a giveaway in a while. I don't do them very often. I never advertise them. I'm never going to put it in the stream title. Just randomly, when I do playthroughs of Silent Hill 2, I like letting people try to guess the case. And every once in a while, not every time, but every once in a blue moon, whenever I do this, I'll do a giveaway for the person who guesses it first. So. Nah, I'm sorry, Panda. If he doesn't want it, then you gotta wait till the next time it happens. And that might not necessarily be the next time I play this, so... You just have to show up for all the Silent Hill 2 playthroughs. There's something written over the button. What's this? Weight allowance, 1 person. Well, James is obviously too fat for the elevator. So we can put some items on the shelf. I want to show something interesting about putting the items on the shelf. I'm going to put everything on the shelf except for Laura's letter. It's just 1 piece of paper. The elevator only needs, it says 1 person. What's the weight of James plus 1 piece of paper, right? So let's put everything on the shelf except for this 1 singular piece of paper. Still too heavy. So now I'm going to take everything back from the shelf. And this time I'm going to put everything on there except for the fake letter that we started with and the photo of Mary that we started with. I've played the first hour of The Evil Within. I was not sold on it. At some point I need to go back and play it and give it a fair shot. But I've already got it, Fen. And as said, I just wasn't a big fan of the game initially. It wasn't drawing me in, so... sorry. Maybe I'll do that October. Still got to get around to that. So I just got these 2. And the elevator works. My personal theory on this was that these items are not real. They're part of James's psychosis. They only exist for the sake of making him move forward and continue towards his goal. Although, I've recently kind of changed my opinion on this. This is definitely not real. The letter is for sure not real. The photo of Mary is debatable. And it's curious why it lets you bring this on the elevator. And the theory that somebody else had from a technical standpoint, every other item in the game has to be picked up. There's a trigger where you obtain it. These 2 items you start with, so they might be cataloged in your inventory differently, and they're simply not set to trigger the I have an item on me thing that this elevator goes by. And I actually like that somebody pointed that out to me, because honestly I hadn't thought of that. I never really thought of it from a programming standpoint, where these things in your inventory might not necessarily set off a item trigger because of the way that they're not picked up or obtained like every other item. And with the picture, by the way, this elevator, it's not real. Anyway, the picture, James actually shows to other people. He shows the photo to Angela. So, Angela, I mean, if it was fake and there was like nothing there, you'd think Angela would react to it, and she doesn't. The Snow White music box. Suppose I'm referring to canon wrongly, I apologize. But if there was canon ending, I think it'd be it for sure. I mean, that's the thing. it comes down to opinion, and opinion is not canonical. Fact and continuation is. I definitely agree. The in-water ending is the most fitting ending for the overall story, I think. But again, what is fitting and preferred and favorited are all totally different things from what is considered canonical by definition. Is the elevator actually not real? It's just a glitch. You're basically not supposed to be able to move while you're inside that elevator. The game locks you in place, but you can break out of that by quick saving the game on PC. And because you're programmed to not be able to move, they never programmed collision on the doors. So you could just walk out of the doors. It's essentially a loading screen, more or less, to hide the transition to the next floor. But the elevator itself is not moving. So we got the tape, and also a can opener, because why not? When does having a can opener ever become not helpful? So we've also got the videotape. The videotape I forgot at the hotel 3 years ago. Silent Hill is written on the label in my handwriting. This is definitely the videotape I recorded back then. All right. What do we got here? A can with no label on it. It's a good thing I picked up that can opener. There was a light bulb in the can. Because, of course, how else are you going to keep them fresh? DJ Rebirth, thank you for the host. Much appreciated. The counter. Mary and I shared some nice drinks together at this bar. Sometimes it seems like so long ago, and sometimes it's just as if it were yesterday. Yeah, we get it, James. You're bad with time. You think a week ago was 3 years. There's a jukebox here. It doesn't play, so it must be broken. Here's one of the dumbest things. I can't help but complain about this every time. I tried to use the bar key, but it's too dark to find the keyhole. It's too dark. It's too dark to find the keyhole on this door that is lit by this neon jukebox and these neon bar lights. You can see the door. I can see the handle. I mean, you could probably, even if you don't see exactly where it is, you could find the lock with your fingers and put the key in that way, but no. It's too dark. I can only find this lock if I have the power of light that can only come from a light bulb that's been canned for absolute freshness. So why exactly did James kill his wife, or is that never explained? It's absolutely explained. It's one of the major plot points of the game. James's motivation. He has two motivations, and he basically tries to use one to justify killing his wife to himself, and that is that she was terminally ill, she was dying already, and to him, he felt like he was putting her out of her misery. He was ending her suffering. However, he had his own selfish desires to kill her as well, because he wanted his life back. He didn't want to spend his whole time caring for a sick wife that he can't make love to, he can't spend time with. He wanted to have his own life back, and his sick wife was a burden to him. So there's two sides to it. It's not just James is a good guy and putting her out of her misery. He's got his own selfish reasons for doing it too. Killing isn't euthanasia, right? Whatever you want to call it, he smothered his wife with a pillow. Again, not for entirely justifiable reasons either. And that's, again, one of the things I like about leaving this game to an open ending, nothing being canonical, is you, as a player, get to determine how James deals with coming to terms with the truth. The fact that he killed his wife, that he had somewhat noble reasons for it, just to kind of justify it to himself, but he also had very selfish reasons for doing it. So it's up to you to decide, is James a good person, or is he a bad person? Is he justified in what he did, or is he just a murderer? Do you consider it euthanasia, or do you just consider it flat-out cold-blooded murder? There's lots of different ways that you can kind of take that. And all of the characters in this game are placed in a similar situation. They're all here for the same thing, murder. Was Eddie justified in taking revenge on somebody who emotionally tormented him and bullied him? Was Angela justified in killing her father, who was attempting to rape her again? Where do you draw the line on murder? What is justifiable and what's not? The whole idea behind it is that there is no black and white answer. You have to sort of come to a more complex conclusion based on what these characters went through and their motivations for going as far as murdering. All right. So, rectangular indentation. We got a music box here. There's a plate in front of the indentation and something engraved on it. Even so, I still want to believe that she was happy. This doesn't sound quite right. Is this music box broken? Or maybe... So we've got 3 music boxes and 3 spots to place them, and each one has a different plaque underneath it. 'Twas shameful greed did stain her shoe with blood. So this is Cinderella. A reference to the story of Cinderella. One of her stepsisters actually, in the original story, cutting off part of her foot in order to make the glass slipper fit. Beauty, both a blessing and a curse, thou be. This could essentially fit to both of these, but it's definitely more fitting for Snow White. And this one, which I usually save for last because it's the most ambiguous of the three, even so, I still want to believe that she was happy. We're left with the Little Mermaid music box. I'm sorry. This song is just too good, and I can't help but dance to it. This is my jam. There are no keys in the box, except for this glowing, fucking, glistening key. Key to room 312, the key to the room where Mary and I stayed. So there's also a key right here, but before I pick that up, I want to show off one more little thing here. When you go up the stairs, only to find... Oh, did I... Oh, I already picked up the stairway key. Dukes. Yeah, I messed it up. So if you come up here without that key, and you try that gate and it's locked, actually, I'll just load. Quick save at 546. Sure. Where was that? The elevator? Oh, right. Okay, that's fine. Speed running. Oh, shit. Not going to do very well if I don't go pick up the tape and the can opener. Go. Oh man, even strafing into stuff makes you bump. Oh yeah, I gotta remember you can quick save to avoid bumping into stuff on hard mode. What are you doing here? Get out of my way. The owner of the safe was paranoid people would steal his light bulbs. Oh. Don't punch me in the face, you mean mannequin. Story mode to speed mode. At least whenever I fuck stuff up like this, it doesn't take me forever to get back to what I was doing. Alright. So I'm just going to go straight across and go do the Easter egg here. So you can hear Mary call out to James when you try the gate and it's locked, and then descend. It's very quiet, so I'm going to mute my mic so the background noise doesn't interfere.
James!
Did you hear it? I actually don't have headphones on right now, so I don't know if it actually played. I think it did. I thought I saw the level jump. You heard it? Okay, good. Good. It's just too good. If only James could twerk. Harry can twerk. Heather can twerk. But not James. Get around there. All right, everybody. This is it. This is room 312. The room that James and Mary stayed in all those years ago. Prepare your feels, everybody. It's time to watch the tape.
Are you taping again? Come on. I don't know why, but I just love it here. It's so peaceful. You know what I heard? This whole area used to be a sacred place. I think I can see why. It's too bad we have to leave. Please promise you'll take me again, James.
Oh, there you are, James. Did you get the letter? Did you find Mary? If not, let's get going already, okay?
Laura. Mary's gone. She's dead.
Liar, that's a lie!
No, that's not true.
She died because she was sick?
No, I killed her.
You killer! Why'd you do it? I hate you! I want her back! Give her back to me! I knew it! You didn't care about her! I hate you, James! I hate you! I hate you! I hate you! She was always waiting for you. Why? Why?
I'm sorry. The Mary you know isn't here. Laura, I'm sorry. That voice.
So that's the big reveal moment of the game. Mary didn't die of her illness 3 years ago. James killed her last week. And has been racked with guilt, depression. He tried to hide it and run from it by drinking, and eventually came to the conclusion that he would take Mary's body, put it in his car, drive to their special place, the last place they were happy together, Silent Hill, and take his own life. Yeah, Pancake. Hold on. I'm getting that weird flashback glitch. There we go. But yeah, Pancake. Watch the VOD if you missed that part. It's when you talk to Laura after first getting in the hotel when she scares James with the piano. here we have like a little optional scene. It's mostly just audio, but you get to hear James talking with Mary's doctor about their options, about his not diagnosis, but his prediction for how long Mary might potentially be alive. And this is most likely where James got the 3-year timeline idea from, is this conversation with Mary's doctor at some point in the past. A little bit of trivia, the voice actor for this doctor is the same voice actor who plays Walter Sullivan in Silent Hill 4.
Mary's going to die? You must be joking.
I'm very sorry.
But you're a doctor. It's your job to heal people. How can you just let her die?
Please, calm down. As her doctor, I promise I'll do what I can. But there's still no effective treatment for her condition.
How long does she have?
I'm afraid I'm not sure. 3 years at most. Perhaps 6 months. It's impossible to say with certainty.
So there we go. A little more insight into kind of how James came to his his 3-year timeline, and a little more insight into just how James was reacting to Mary's illness and just kind of the finality of it all. I totally trust Dr. Walter Sullivan. I mean, he looks like he was doing a pretty good job operating on Claudia Wolf's corpse in Silent Hill 4. He's probably a good doctor. Mary's illness is never specified. Why did I change the resolution? To fix a glitch that happens where you see a screenshot from earlier in the game whenever you transition from room to room, and changing the resolution fixes it. It doesn't actually change the resolution of the game because that's being handled through a proxy. So it's just for the sake of fixing that glitch. Alright, prepare some more feels. This is another very sad cutscene. This is our last interaction with Angela. And I'll talk more about this after the scene.
Mama! Mama, I was looking for you. Now you're the only one left. Maybe then I can rest. Mama, why are you running away? You're not my mama. It's you. Oh, I'm sorry.
Angela, no.
Thank you for saving me. But I wish you hadn't. Even Mama said it. I deserved what happened.
No, Angela, that's wrong.
No, don't pity me. I'm not worth it. Maybe you think you can save me. Will you love me? Take care of me? Heal all my pain? That's what I thought. James, give me back that knife.
No. I won't.
Saving it for yourself?
Me? No. I'd never kill myself. It's hot as hell in here.
You see it too. For me, it's always like this.
And that's the last that we'll see of Angela. She walks up into the flames. Now there's so many things to kind of break down about this scene. From the very beginning, as soon as James walks in, Angela's reaction to seeing him. Mama. She sees him as Mama. And what does she say? She says, maybe now I can finally rest. The idea behind this line gives us insight into what Angela was doing here in Silent Hill, or what her nightmare may have essentially been. She was just trying to find peace in her life, and the only way that she felt she could do that is to kill her abusive family and then take her own life. The two bodies you see on either side of the stairs here represent her father and brother, and the fact that she explains that her mother would be the last one, and that then she can rest, implying that her father and brother have already been killed. We know from the newspaper that she's the one responsible for her father's death. We can presume that it's the same for her brother. Then there's the fire. So I talked about how each of these characters is enduring their own personal nightmare as they go through their experience here in Silent Hill. For James, it's the darkness and the rust, and the way that we see everything deteriorated around him, just the same way that Mary deteriorated right before his eyes. For Eddie, it's the people tormenting him, mocking him, and a hint of extreme cold that we get a sense of when we encounter him at the bottom of the labyrinth. And for Angela, it's the fire. And it's worth pointing out here, James does not see this fire. Angela makes the assumption. James feels it. He says, it feels hot as hell in here. Or it's hot as hell in here. He has the sensation of heat, but he doesn't say, Jesus Christ, this stairwell is on fire. This is Angela's nightmare. We're, as the player, getting a glimpse into what Angela has been seeing the whole time. But James, he's not seeing this. Angela just assumes that he does. really tragic character. I feel Angela is probably one of the most tragic characters in the Silent Hill series. Her and Lisa both. Lisa Garland from Silent Hill 1. Some of the most absolutely tragic backstories. Don't poke my feet. So I mentioned at the beginning that these red scraps of paper, the save points, are a bit like James's fragmented memories. We've been encountering them all throughout the game. Little bits of memory essentially coming back as James explores Silent Hill, finds clues to the truth, and now here we are at the end of all of this, and James knows exactly what he's done. He remembers everything. He's got everything squared away now. He's snapped from his psychosis and come back to reality, at least in the terms of being responsible for Mary's death, how long ago it happened. He sees the hotel for the burned down husk that it is, and now we see this final save point. All of these collective memories have come together. It's like his mind is whole again. There's just a few more things we need to do. We have to face up. James has to face up to his guilt. And remember, Pyramid Head is the representation of that here. And then he has to confront Mary herself.
I was weak. That's why I needed you. Needed someone to punish me for my sins. But that's all over now. I know the truth. Now it's time to end this.
Now it's time for a boss fight I could very possibly die in. Let me go for the wall setup. And as for, I see people in chat asking about the flames, like the fire. You can run into them as James, and he does, like, recoil from them, but they don't actually damage you. They don't burn you. As for if they would be able to essentially kill Angela, well, the fire is a manifestation for her. Any of the manifestations for James can kill him, so presumably the fire can still affect Angela. The town's power can make it real, even if James doesn't necessarily see it. Oh, I'm dead. Oh, I can't believe that hit didn't kill me. Isn't it true you can run around and ignore the pyramid heads? No, not on this fight. In the very first time you fight him in the apartments, but you have to do this fight. And I am gonna get wrecked right now, because I didn't get the strat I was hoping for, and now I'm kind of trapped in here. James, stop wiggling back and forth. What are you doing? Just swing the goddamn knife. There we go. This is what I wanted. Bounce it off the wall. You hit him multiple times. You hit them both. It's quicker than actually swinging it. But notice, you do not kill her. You are not the final thing that kills Pyramid Head. Pyramid Head is a concept. It is guilt incarnate, specific to James. And they kill themselves. It's representative of James's letting go of that part of his mind. He doesn't need that guilt to torment him anymore. He's come to terms with it. He's dealing with it. Pyramid Head won't move anymore. And they're each holding eggs. I wish I could offer some more insight onto these eggs. There's lots of different things they could essentially represent. There's a rust-colored egg and a scarlet egg. Some people think that they represent... So, let me back up a little bit here. First of all, there's two pyramid heads. The reason there's two pyramid heads is because James feels guilt for killing two people. He's killed Mary, and he's also killed Eddie. The rust-colored egg that you pick up could essentially represent Mary and her death, where the blood-colored egg could essentially represent Eddie. But again, this is total out-of-my-ass speculation when it comes to the eggs. I'm fairly certain in my theory behind the two pyramid heads representing the two murders, but with those eggs, I don't know. I'm not sure. It's Easter in Silent Hill. From what I understand, I've only seen TRSHE. I'm going to discredit your comment already. Play the games. You got to play these. They're amazing. You're not going to understand these games if you don't play them yourself. Like, you can watch my stream. You can watch The Real Silent Hill Experience. Tons of theory videos and stuff online, but nothing is ever going to beat playing, experiencing, and analyzing a game for yourself. But the way Silent Hill is manifested in each game is a little different. Yes, it is. Harry seeing Alessa's nightmare brought about by the demon inside of her as it manifests itself into the town. James's manifestation is the Rust Decay theme. Heather's Silent Hill is more of a birthy organic manifestation. It is. Representing the demon god trying to birth itself from the inside of her. Yes, you're pretty spot on with most of that. Again, James's view of Silent Hill being deteriorated and Alessa's nightmare being a deteriorated state of the town are similar because James is seeing this deterioration as a representation of Mary deteriorating before him, whereas Alessa's nightmare was doing the similar thing because of Alessa's own burning and deterioration. You were seeing the result of two similar situations that are being conveyed by the power of the town in similar ways. Whereas, yeah, in 3, there's some of that similar theme carries over, considering Heather's a reincarnation of Alessa. A lot of the same things that applied to Alessa's nightmare are going to apply to Heather. She's, for all intents and purposes, the same person, just born again. And then with Silent Hill 4, everything you do is within Walter's created nightmare worlds, where, yeah, it's different, but you kind of get what I mean.
Mary?
What do you want, James?
I brought you some flowers.
Flowers?
So Silent Hill's not actually a dump.
One
Silent Hill's a
damn
dump. It's an
flowers.
abandoned
Just
town.
go home already.
Mary, what are you saying?
It's not
I'm
a
disgusting.
nightmare the way
I
these people
deserve
perceive it, though.
flowers. Between the disease and the drugs,
At least not always.
look like a monster. What are you looking at? Get the hell out of here! Leave me alone already! No use to anyone. I'll be dead soon anyway. Maybe today. Maybe tomorrow. It'd be easier if they'd just kill me. But I guess the hospital is making a nice profit off me. They want to keep me alive. Are you still here? I told you to go. Are you deaf? Don't come back. James, wait. Please don't go. Stay with me. Don't leave me alone. I didn't mean what I said. Please, James. Tell me I'll be okay. Tell me I'm not going to die. Help me.
Slightly off topic, which Portishead album would you recommend first if you have a favorite? Their self-titled is a good place to start, but honestly, like, I recommend just listening to their entire discography. They're an amazing band, and as said, if you're a fan of the style of music in the Silent Hill games, there's not many tracks from Portishead that you're probably going to dislike. Maybe a few of the more avant-garde ones, but those are pretty few and far between. And I mean, pretty much all of their stuff is really fucking good. Live in Roseland, actually, that's a pretty good recommendation. It is a good mix of the early albums. It's got a lot of choice songs on it, but again, you can't really go wrong starting anywhere with any Portishead. God, the stairwell falling away. All right, so this is it. We're coming to the end. This is the final showdown. We can get a few hints already as to what ending we're going to get. It's going to be the leave ending or the in water ending. It's definitely not the Maria ending. If it's the Maria ending, it will be Mary in the bed rather than Maria over there at the window. So let's see what we got. And also fight a boss.
Mary?
Wrong again. Mary's dead. You killed her.
Maria? Maria, I'm done with you.
What do you mean? But I can be yours. I'll be here for you forever. And I'll never yell at you or make you feel bad. That's what you wanted.
Now I understand. The problem is, you're not married.
No, James. I won't let you. I'll never let you have your Mary back.
Well, this is how most of my Tinder meetups usually go. Let's bust out the old shotgun. The bees! Oh, my eyes. My eyes. Typical Tinder meetups? I know. Look at this. You weren't an upside-down corpse in a cage with a giant tentacle coming out of it in your profile picture. You're paying for half of this Denny's. So grabby. Oh my god, so grabby. Please stop it. Just take my shotgun. Take my loving shotgun. See if I can get her with the great knife. Try to get the great knife finisher. That's the wrong attack. That's bees that are going to interrupt me. Ow. Float over this way. There you go. Alright. This is going to be it. The final blow. What are we going to use? Handgun, shotgun, rifle, wooden plank, steel pipe, great knife. Chug a bunch of health drinks. I'll let the rifle do some work. Yeah, I haven't shot the rifle once. I used every other weapon at least once. A lot of people want that wooden plank, though. Time to give her a bit of wood.
James.
Whoops. That's the one. Enjoy the ending. That is going to be it for me tonight. I do have to go to sleep, unfortunately, so I'm not going to go through Born from a Wish tonight. I'll be doing, at some point, some more story playthroughs where I'll
Mary.
include a bunch more, including the New Game Plus stuff.
James.
But I'll be back after the credits and everything to say goodnight. Thank you all so much for watching, and enjoy the ending.
Forgive me.
I told you that I wanted to die, James. I wanted the pain to end.
That's why I did it, honey. I just couldn't watch you suffer. No. That's not the whole truth. You also said that you didn't want to die. The truth is, part of me hated you for taking away my life.
You killed me, and you're suffering for it. It's enough, James.
Mary?
James.
Now I understand the real reason I came to this town. I wonder, what was I afraid of? Without you, Mary, I've got nothing. Now we can be together.
In my restless dreams, I see that town. Silent Hill. You promised you'd take me there again someday, but you never did. Well, I'm alone there now, in our special place, waiting for you. Waiting for you to come to see me. But you never do. And so I wait, wrapped in my cocoon of pain and loneliness. I know I've done a terrible thing to you. Something you'll never forgive me for. I wish I could change that. But I can't. I feel so pathetic and ugly laying here, waiting for you. Every day I stare up at the cracks in the ceiling, and all I can think about is how unfair it all is. The doctor came today. He told me I could go home for a short stay. It's not that I'm getting better. It's just that this may be my last chance. I think you know what I mean. Even so, I'm glad to be coming home. I've missed you terribly. But I'm afraid, James. I'm afraid you don't really want me to come home. Whenever you come see me, I can tell how hard it is on you. I don't know if you hate me or pity me, or maybe I just disgust you. I'm sorry about that. When I first learned that I was going to die, I just didn't want to accept it. I was so angry all the time, and I struck out at everyone I loved most. Especially you, James. That's why I understand if you do hate me. But I want you to know this, James. I'll always love you. Even though our life together had to end like this, I still wouldn't trade it for the world. We had some wonderful years together. Well, this letter has gone on too long, so I'll say goodbye. I told the nurse to give this to you after I'm gone. That means that as you read this, I'm already dead. I can't tell you to remember me, but I can't bear for you to forget me. These last few years since I became ill, I am so sorry for what I did to you, did to us. You've given me so much, and I haven't been able to return a single thing. That's why I want you to live for yourself now. Do what's best for you, James. James, you made me happy.
And that's Silent Hill 2, at least for now. As said, I will be, of course, doing more story playthroughs at some point in the future, covering more endings, the Born from a Wish scenario, and stuff like that. But I just wanted to do a basic run-through of the main scenario of the game. We managed to get the in-water ending as well, which is always a plus. I feel it's the most fitting end to the story. But yeah, that was it. But thank you all so very, very much for being here, for watching, everybody who followed the channel, hosted, and Rodrigo, thank you for the 100 bits. Awesome stream. Thanks. Again, thank you just for being here, and thank you for the 100 bits and the support. And you don't know me, for the 500 bits, thank you so very much. And everybody else that was very generously helping out with bits, tips, subs. Rodrigo with another 100 bits. Thank you guys so very, very much. The support means the world to me. It's one of the things that's just having so many people who enjoy these playthroughs and are able to learn something from them, and just have a good time being here and hanging out. Like, that's the real thing that has kept me on Twitch for 2.5+ years, still playing these games. I absolutely love having the opportunity to share them with you guys, and as I said, it's a great feeling just being able to connect with so many people over these wonderful games. Jesus. Zero, thank you for the 100 bits, and you don't know me, thank you for another 100 bits. Good God. I'm gonna go to bed before everyone goes broke. Thank you all so very, very much for all the support. I will be back tonight at around, probably starting around 11 p.m. Central Daylight Time Zone. I'm going to be doing Silent Hill 3, same thing, in-depth story playthrough, going through the whole game, discussing the plot, watching all the cutscenes, checking out all the little Easter eggs and references and things that I know about, and sharing as much as I can. So definitely, if you're interested in Silent Hill 3, come back for that. If you need something to do in the meantime, since that is still, 15 hours away, in the meantime, Silent Hill 3 is a direct sequel to Silent Hill 1. A lot of the information I'm going to be covering in the playthrough of Silent Hill 3 is going to be referencing information that's already been covered in the Silent Hill 1 playthrough. So if you haven't seen that already, I just did it 2 nights ago. Check out the past broadcasts. I had some internet problems, so it's split up into 3 chunks. It's like a 6-hour chunk and then a couple like 20-minute chunks at the very end. But go check out the VOD. I've also got an in-depth story playthrough of Silent Hill 1 on my YouTube. Pretty much try to catch up on that if you're not familiar with it. Otherwise, you might be a little lost with the Silent Hill 3 story in depth. But anyway, I'll be back doing that tonight. Hopefully see you all there. Thank you all again so very much for the support, and I will see you all next time. Peace.